When I was coming to Mombasa in the morning, as a parent, I had to tell my children that I'll not be with you for the next 4 days. And my small boy is around, I think, 4 years old, 4 or 4 and a half, somewhere there. It was breakfast time. And I was already late because KQ told us that our flight had been rescheduled. So I was taking my sweet time. So whenever he's not happy with something, he must look at all the excuses to not do that thing. So he was given eggs. So apparently he takes 2 eggs. So because he knew the dad is not going to be around, he brought so many issues. So when the eggs were brought, he told the maid that, hey, you had 2 eggs of mine, and I was very specific in telling you this one was to be fried. This other one was to be boiled. And the boy, being naughty, had the boldness to tell all of us that we did not follow his instructions. That now the egg that was to be boiled was fried, and the one that was to be fried was boiled. All in the name of not taking the eggs. We are extremely happy, and it's such an honor to have all of you here. And yesterday in the evening, while we were having the opening reception, we did the introduction. So we are not going to do that this morning for the interest of time. And we just got to know who is in the room, and I'm so happy to see all these amazing faces since we last met in Arusha in Tanzania, is it? Yeah, this is our first physical meeting. It's such a pleasure, and I'm so happy to have all of you. We believe as EAPN that for us to have a sector that is responsive to the needs of the communities that we are serving, we have 4 critical issues that we have to address. One of them is enabling the sector to be rich in knowledge and providing opportunities where the leadership of the sector can learn, share, and network. And so that knowledge and learning agenda is very critical in our assembly in Mombasa for the 2022 EAPN Member Summit. We want to ensure that we give you an opportunity to learn from each other, to learn from the experts in the field, and to learn from the emerging realities, the challenges the sector is facing, the opportunities therein, amongst other things. And that is one gap that we are addressing as EAPN in bringing you to this important summit. The second thing that we believe in as EAPN, as I shared yesterday, the sector cannot work in silo. We've got to break the silos and embrace a partnership mentality to bring the sector together, to ensure that we work in a manner that supports the opportunities which are there, even as we deal with the challenges which are there. So we are bringing you here. Of course, you've done this before, but we want to see the connections that we can make, the partnerships that we can build, and the alliances that we can spur within this period that we will be here. We want to see some very important and critical, very intentional partnerships being built out of this opportunity that we have in Mombasa. As EAPN, we want to see the philanthropy sector working with the philanthropy sector. That is one of the reasons why we are here, to learn around the opportunities which are there to spur such kinds of alliances that we are looking at building. We also appreciate as EAPN, and I would want us to get this very clearly because we are setting the foundation for the 2 days we have ahead of us. We also appreciate as a network that we have to get an enabling environment rolling. We've got to have an environment that enables the partnerships that we are talking about to be built, the knowledge that we are talking about to be generated and become useful to the work that you are doing. And so as EAPN, we we also are here today to ensure that we have a conducive legal policy infrastructure for the work of philanthropy across the region. And for all that to happen, for that knowledge to be generated and be useful for the work you are doing, for those alliances to be built and be useful for the work that you are doing, and for that environment to be achieved, we know and you know that we've got to have strong leaders, strong institutions to enable that to happen. And so our fourth reason for being here today and for the next 2 days and for the current strategic plan for EAPN, we want to see strong leaders, strong institutions able to be impactful in the work that they're doing and bring out the change that we are looking at in the communities. And so on those 4 pillars, we are gathered here today. And I just want us to take a minute and appreciate what the agenda of today is. And before I go to the agenda of today, I just want to unpack our entire program for the next 2.5 days. We started yesterday with a welcoming reception. We had an amazing time. And Chair, the verdict is out. The Ugandans scored the least in the competition that we had. Unfortunately, the Tanzanians were better than the Kenyans. The Tanzanians took the award and Kenyans got number 2. We appreciate.
I'm going to appeal that decision.
Chair, before you consider appealing, I think the Ugandans who ran away, I see Kabaka Foundation. I saw Eddie somewhere. Anywhere you? Yeah, there you are. Eddie ran away when we needed him most. That was the agenda for yesterday's opening reception, and we had an amazing time. Bloodwater got an opportunity to share with us around some models that we want to see being replicated within the sector. We want to make use of these 3-4 days to share around some critical strategic conversations and initiatives taking place in the region around strengthening philanthropy. Today's focus will be around the decolonization agenda. And I've got Single Family Foundation, KCDF, Bloodwater. They will be sharing with us later in the evening in that DAO dinner. Allow me call it DAO. That is what I was taught in my primary school. So that dinner in the ocean will focus on the decolonization agenda, and we are welcoming all of you to that very interesting engagement. This morning, throughout the day, we have an amazing team from one of the partner institutions that we are working very closely with as EAPN, that's the Wits University from South Africa, and I'm honored to have with me colleagues of mine that we have been doing some amazing work with in the sector. The wonderful lady in red has been, should I say? Thank you so much. She has been part of my leadership building. She molded me in some course which I'm honored to say was supported by Ford Foundation, and I'm happy to have you here again in enabling me transfer that knowledge to these amazing people. So we'll be talking today about a masterclass that is looking at strengthening our leadership capacities as institutions and as individuals. We want to see a leadership that is driven by passion, that is driven by purpose, and that is driven by a mission. And leaders of foundations and trust and the non-profit sector in general, I think the time is now that we have to focus on building stronger leaders, more inclusive in their approach, and of course, equitable organizations and communities. We want to see leadership that is able to catalyze systematic change and sustainable social progress within the philanthropy space. That is our agenda as EAPN, and that is our agenda as the leadership of the philanthropy sector that we are serving. So that is our agenda for today. Later on we'll have that evening. Tomorrow we are having a series of roundtables. To be specific, 2. One will focus on succession planning and then transition management And having recovered from COVID, the other session we look at the uncertainties which are there. And one of those uncertainties is around living in this era of technological revolution. So we are again partnering with the Thunderbird School of Global Management. They'll be here tomorrow to take us through that session on how we can prepare ourselves and position ourselves as leaders in the sector in taking advantage of those revolutions that we are talking about from the angle of technology as we apply it in leadership. And then of course, we'll have another facilitator to take us through managing of successions and transitions. Where are we getting this from? We got this from you as EAPN, and as we've discussed in the many other summits that we've had in the past, we exist to serve your interests. Ensure your signature is here. As I mentioned during the earlier emails, this is like any other course in any other university. So you've got to provide those details that we required. So the certificates are printed, but because there are people who may not be here but are registered, again, they will not get their certificates because you've got to take the course, professor, to be awarded the certificate. So signing here means you are in this room and your certificate will be given. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And with those many words, I want to give it over to Professor and your team to take us through the day. Paige, there's the link with the survey feedback that Professor had requested for. Mike, can we project that? Thank you. We are honored to have you, Prof, and I hand it over to you. Take us through the day.
My name is Begi Moyo. I'm going to circulate this. It looks like we are back to kindergarten. So just feel free to go wherever they are, pick them up, and here we've got coloring books. We had requested that because the module that we are offering today, Liquid Leadership, takes 2 days to actually train, 2 full days. And it's interactive, it's got exercises and everything. But we're told we just have up to 3:30 today. So we have to squeeze things in. We are not going to be able to do everything. So what we did was to ask you, what are the things that you want to really know about? And the findings were that you want to know a bit, or rather a lot, about liquid leadership skills. What are the skills that you require to lead in an uncertain and an unstable world? Because about liquid leadership is about you having to lead in a world that is continually changing. And as you know, with the COVID pandemic and the future of the world, the future of work, you can't really say the world is certain. You've got to think about what are the areas from which you should draw your strength from as you are leading. What are those skills that you need? Vulnerability being one of them. Leading from vulnerability being one of them. So we're going to talk more about that. So that's the first one that I think my colleague Christine is going to focus on. She will not cover all those because there were things around how you analyze the world, how you want to evaluate and interpret impact in a disruptive forces of the world of work, how to assess change and the factors that influence change within your business. I think Christine will cover and refer to some of these, but I think the most important thing that you said you wanted are the skills in leading in this kind of world. So that's, we are going to try and focus it to that. The second was which of these would be helpful to capacitate your current role? You all completed this, but it seems like you wanted to develop an impact-centering fundraising strategy, funding strategy. So what we've done is to also prepare a session that will focus on resource mobilization. This is different. The liquid leadership module is on its own. The principles and fundamentals of fundraising is another module on its own. So what we are trying to do today is to try and combine the two, right? But we are going to be very fast in the pace because this, like I said, would have taken us 4 days. We have another training happening today in Cape Town on the same issue on fundraising and resource mobilization. And it's going on for 10 days. Right? You can imagine 10 days and 3 hours. So basically what am I saying? I'm saying we are going to give you the basics and some of the insights, but if you want to do more, you will have to come and enroll with us for 10 days, right? I think those are the main two things really that I thought are important. The other issues are really standard challenges that you face in your organizations. So our program, therefore, if you could show our program, is going to be focused and concentrated on those two areas, liquid leadership skills, as well as fundraising and resource mobilization techniques and fundamentals. So I just want to take you through what the liquid leadership module looks like, so that when you then go through the readings that we shared, you understand how each of those readings relate to the areas that are covered in the module. But like I said, Christine is going to try and squeeze a lot of things in here, so that at least by the time we leave here, you can take the benefit of the day, and then go back to do lots of the readings that we have shared. Okay, so what are we aiming to achieve? So in all our modules, we have to look at what are the intended learning outcomes. At the end of the module, what is it that we expect you to be able to do? So in this case, we are expecting that by the end of the module, and of course, like I'm saying, you need to still go and do more reading to really build a foundation for this. We are expecting that you will be able to evaluate and interpret the impact of disruptive forces in the world. And of course, these forces cut across several spectrum. Some of them are cultural, intergenerational. I mean, some of your organizations, you've got all sorts of generations that work in your organization. And the relations at times might not work so well because of the intergenerational gaps. That's a disruptive force in the in the workspace. Young people come in, they've got their own minds, they want to do so many things in one go, and then you've got somebody like Jackie who might be saying, I want to focus on one thing and one thing only, right? The young person wants to actually go out on social media, position your organization. Jackie still feels, no, wait a minute, I want to read through and see what you have written, right? So you've got all these dynamics that happen in the workspace, and some of them are disruptive in a way. So that's, intergenerational, but there's also location. There are issues of location, there are issues of culture, issues of age, technology, and of course pandemics. COVID-19 was one huge disruptive force in the world. So you should be able to come out of this module with the view and the ability to interpret and evaluate the impact that this has. But secondly, we want you to analyze the principles of liquid leadership and this effectiveness within your organization or your business environment. What are those skills that you need to draw from in order to respond to a world that is forever changing, a world that is in crisis, a world that is unpredictable, right? Some of us begin talking about bounded optimism. When you say, what's the future looking like? You're like, I'm optimistic, but it's bounded optimism, right? Because you are aware that there's so much chaos happening around you, and you want to be optimistic, but you also want to kind of limit your optimism. Then we also want you to assess the change and the factors that will influence change within your organization. There's always changes constantly happening, but are you able to assess those factors that influence change drastically? And then, of course, we want you to be able to determine how the world of work operates today and how it will continue to change. Of course, the future of work has been such a debate and such a concentration for most of us. Those that follow the debates from the ILO and those in the digital space, there's always been a question of the future of work is going to be digital. The future of work is going to be mainly done on cyberspaces and all of that. And little did we know that COVID would usher us into that. And all of a sudden, we were found wanting. We did not have remote working policies. We did not have wellness policies at work, and so many of these things. So can we get to a position where we, as a group, as a sector, we can look into the future and say, this is what the future looks like for our sector. This is what the future of work will look like. And therefore, we begin orienting our models and our organizations towards that. And then, of course, lastly, is just to be able to appraise the leadership skills for this new world of work. So these are the learning outcomes. If we can run quickly through the module. So the module covers, in the main, disruptive forces, principles, change management, and leadership, right? And if you go down again. So essentially, this is what we would have loved to cover with you, but like I said, we are going to share this so that you are able to know what this is about. Normally, we do introduction to leadership, liquid leadership, where we analyze the principles of liquid leadership and its effectiveness within a business environment or an organizational environment. I'm using the word business here interchangeably, so don't think of firms. In your case, just think of your organizations. And here we really look at some of the laws, some of the principles. These include putting people first, cultivating an environment for speaking truth to power. You have heard all of these things, but you now have to exercise them. We then go on to do personal activities, which Christine might actually go into today. At a personal level, what does this mean? You break it down to your own personal level, to your organizational level. And then we have shared some reading material that you could also utilize at your own spare time. We go down, and then of course there are exercises that obviously we'll have to do with your body, mind, and all of that, and there are breaks in between. And then we take the session again, we choose a disruptive force, and of course over the past 2 years or so, COVID has been that disruptive force. So we take COVID and subject it to some points of reflections. But in this case, you could also be thinking about any other disruptive force. You could take technology, you could take climate change, and so forth and so on. There are so many disruptive forces in the world, and then you subject them to that. And then, of course, we do have a session on leadership frames. It's important to actually have frames that you refer to when you are leading. At a personal level, at an organizational level, even at a family level, what are the frames that you are using, right? Some of these frames could be structural, some could be symbolic, and so forth and so on. At times, I always say, the problem is not because, let's say, you crash. You are flying and you crash. When you crash, the problem may not necessarily be the pilot. The problem might be the aircraft, right? So that's one frame, which is the structure, the vehicle. The aircraft might be the one that is faulty, but the pilot is okay, well experienced, and so forth. But at times it could be that the pilot is the one who is wrong. The vehicle is actually fine. It's new. It has just been bought, but the pilot is probably drunk, right? And then you crash. But you could also have a situation where both the pilot and the vehicle are actually fine, but the problem is the weather, right? The problem is the weather. So as a leader, do you want to change the weather, or do you want to navigate around the weather, right? So we spend so much time trying to change the weather, right? You know that. Some things cannot be changed. You just have to navigate around them. So this is what these leadership frames are really about. I'm just giving you snippets of that. If we could scroll down quickly. And of course, there are so many practical works that I think Christine will take you through. There are reading materials that are associated with that. Then we go on to the other session quickly, where we now look at, okay, I think we can go down. So this was really like interpreting the world of work, and then using the integral theory, growing the cognitive acumen to plan, see the future, work backwards. Again, it's another session that will takes a lot of time on its own. Normally, we do invite guests, and in this case, initially we had invited somebody from the Ford Foundation. And at this point, I actually want to hand back to Evans because I think he wanted to invite a guest.
Same arrangements with the government. I am so happy that you've been very supportive in that process. And one of the things that we are working very closely on, and of course you've been very supportive, is how we can build a sector that is having a common objective around the issues which are affecting us together. And you can clearly see that being demonstrated in this room today. We have with us a total of 52 heads of organizations at the top level, the executive directors, the CEOs, and 4 mid-level managers at the level of the programs. That is clearly demonstrated in this room. And one of the things we want to appreciate are organizations who have worked with us this journey. Yourselves, the people supporting what you see in this room today. In our current strategic plan, we have got a very intentional agenda to strengthen the philanthropy ecosystem, to build the leaders who will position the sector to be impactful, to ensure that we work closely with you as members in achieving that dream and that objective that we have. And with us this morning is the Regional Director of Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation has been the closest partner that we have in enabling us do and achieve the milestones that you can celebrate today, in enabling us even have you in this room today, of course with other partners that we have in the room today. So it's my humble and honor and such a pleasure to welcome Jessica to just share with us what their agenda is for the sector in the region, and of course sharing with us around the kind of leadership that we are looking at and that we are building this morning in this room towards having the sector that we aspire to have. Thank you so much, Jessica, and Karibu.
Are we here? Yes. Are we alive? Yes. Give thanks. Give thanks for life. So listen, good morning everybody. It's really a pleasure to be with you here as peers. And thank you so much to Evans and EAPN for convening and growing this platform. You know, I entered philanthropy about 15 years ago, and when I did, I was definitely one of the only in the room. But there have been people who have really, really worked to see how to grow the possibility of an African philanthropy. And I think that to me, seeing it both in terms of the variety and diversity of interests and focus, the ways that money is leveraged is different. So it's really important here that there's individual philanthropy, there's corporate philanthropy, there's foundations, and also the fact that there's African knowledge production. This is critical because any philanthropic sector needs to think about itself, needs to invest in understanding itself and in generating new ideas and critiquing the ways we work and in thinking forward. And I actually think that some of the most generative ideas in philanthropy globally are coming from the African region. So it's also really vital that as we do this work, we don't only think that we're sort of following in the footsteps of old models developed in other countries and in other regions of the world, but that we actually consider that we are shaping a different kind of philanthropy that's also suited to the kinds of questions that we're facing. And I do know that, you know, in the EAPN network, there's pioneers in participatory philanthropy, KCDF, OHI, and others who are really also asking the question of, if we asked those most affected how they would like the money distributed, how they would like it organized, what would they say, and can we follow that lead? And that's a very exciting trend globally in philanthropy that, again, East Africa has played quite an important pioneering role in. So I feel like these are things that we need to embrace as we open this and as we think about the kind of present and future of the work, to really acknowledge that actually this is important. To have a room full of Africans engaging with, in a very dynamic way, right? Some of the most contemporary thinking about how we organize ourselves, how we really achieve mission is important. And so I feel like we just need to sort of recognize the moment. Now I have to say, yes, exactly. So I joined Ford Foundation at the end of September last year. It was quite a quiet entry, so nobody actually knows I'm here. So I'm very glad to meet you in this capacity. Very glad, but also to, again, like I said, to partner with you. I've been involved in different types of philanthropy over the years, you know, it's exciting to be with Ford. And I know Ford also, well, a few things. Ford actually began in the East African region 60 years ago. So actually just before independence in Kenya. And there's actually, I mean, I've been, because the 60th is coming next year, I've been looking at the history, and it's quite fascinating actually, because the foundation, as much as it's been a US-based foundation, has actually really been interested to invest in the infrastructure and East African capacity to help build. So at the founding of the office, of course, it was literally the eve of independence, and so it was the question of state building. And so Ford has funded a lot of the constitutional lawyers, actually, that we have, the people that built the constitutional processes, to be educated, to have fellowships, to engage, etc. So over the years, it's sort of, again, really tried to be attentive to and listen to what the needs are, and to ensure that the funding is going in the direction, again, of what East Africans need. And we fund East African-led organizations, right? We fund East African energy for transformation. And, you know, I mean, I'm dying, to be honest, to jump into this training, so I'm going to be so brief. And one of the reasons is that, you know, I sat down and realized I think I'm one of the least workshop people in the history of civil society. I have attended so few trainings as a participant, because I'm often a facilitator or a trainer, and so I'm just dying to learn. So I'm going to like rush through this very quickly so that I can get back in a learning seat. But I mean, I think it's an important and interesting choice of location to engage the notion of liquidity, because we're here surrounded by the Indian Ocean. And we're able to watch in real time the way that the ocean works, that water works, right? Of the ebb and flow and the way that it adjusts to space, right? But always manages to complete its mission, right? Of coming in and coming out. And we know too that the reason that the ocean moves is because it's guided by the moon. So the ocean actually always maintains a very, very, very clear connection to purpose and to mission. And that is what enables it to stay on course regardless, right? It shifts and moves depending on the way that the shoreline changes, but it always comes in and it always goes out. So there's a consistency that's established when you retain a deep connection to mission. Now, I have to say, in thinking about leadership, the honest truth is that at the moment I feel very ambivalent, because I feel like we're living in a world where there's so many examples of what leadership isn't, and in some respects it feels like they're predominating. It's a very complex moment politically, where we really are seeing globally a kind of rise in a type of leadership that uses the desires of a majority, right? We know that recession affects the most marginalized first. And so again, it is, you know, we have this desire for the world to keep improving going forward, but in reality, we realize it's constantly this push and pull. And we're in a moment where a lot of things feel like they're actually sliding back in practical and in real terms. I mean, I think the one thing to realize is that this is not new in history. There's a Roman historian, Tacitus, who was sort of reflecting on the world as he saw it more than 2,000 years ago, who said in Latin, this is the only time I'll speak Latin, ubi solitudinem faciunt passem appellant, which means they create a wasteland and they call it peace. So we're in a universe of a lot of leadership that does that, right? That's creating wastelands, but calling it peace. We're also in a moment where we really tend to conflate leadership and positional authority. It is true when you're in a job that's quite senior, you're the makubwa, the big barracudas, the people consider you to be a leader. But in actuality, leadership is something that you do, not something that you are. And so to really be able to, again, decipher the difference between someone in a position of authority and people exercising leadership. Right? And really to think about how do we then also think about that leadership. Leadership always has to be deeply accountable. It's deeply accountable to mission, right? That moon, deeply accountable to mission, but also deeply accountable to whatever people it summons or leverages in order to push itself forward. If I say I'm a feminist, and I've been part of African feminist organizing for 2 decades, if I say I am a feminist, it means I have to remain deeply accountable to those people and that movement that says this is the agenda, okay? And so it means that I have to be open to criticism from that collectivity if I use my positional authority in ways that do not advance that agenda. I have to be open to that. That is the only way we can remain accountable. If we say we're here for the needs of certain communities or what have you, again, we have to be open. Because it's not, the position affords you a degree of power and decision making and authority, right? But the leadership is in staying deeply attentive to what it is that people say they collectively need in order to make their lives better and to improve their lives. So I would just say that, in the midst of all of this complicated world, we have to remember that the way we navigate power is a choice. We choose it. We choose it. We actually can't hide behind ideas of culture, for example, which we often do when we're trying to justify doing things that are wrong. We shouldn't do that. Because actually on the continent has offered everything. It's offered examples of terrible ways of organizing, and it's offered examples of the most incredible, visionary ways of thinking about how we can organize ourselves together. Talking about questions of decolonization, which really are just about structural inequality, right? It's just a question of structural inequality, naming a structural inequality in the context of a region that was colonized with quite significant economic, political, right, structural considerations, right? And it's exactly a conversation that needs to happen if we're talking about change that's rooted in structural power. We have to talk about that. So these are exactly the conversations that we need, and again, allowing ourselves the space to explore, to learn, and to think, differently, so that we can keep adapting and staying contemporary in terms of the challenges that we face. So in closing, I would just like to say, I really do believe that it is possible to model the world that we want. Okay? It is possible to do that. And I think that we have to expect of ourselves that we are able to try, at least to experiment, in seeing what we can do if we allow ourselves, but also allow each other, to experiment a little bit with doing things differently so that we can adjust and find better ways, right, to deal with the problems that we're facing, but also just to rethink. If things really don't work in terms of succeeding in those missions, allow ourselves the space to rethink. But I really do believe that it is possible to both to live and to lead in ways that work to manifest that vision of the freedom and possibility that we all commit to in our work, but I think we also want in our lives. So we shape the future through the past we walk today. And so really it's just an invitation for this incredible learning and an invitation to sustain this community as a community that allows itself to think this deeply about its mandate and about the skills that it has to meet the moment that we're in. So again, thank you to all of you, giving thanks for all of this, and really pleased to get back on that seat and to be in learning mode. Thank
you. So there's a story, one of our guys, the former Chief Executive Officer of the SAPC, he was invited to come and give a guest speech at the university. He came, he did like what Jessica has just done, and then he then went and put in his CV that he's a lecturer. And so it became a legal issue, actually. You should check it out, because he claimed that he had been invited to come and lecture. And he went and lectured. And so he actually went and pulled all the videos when he was teaching to prove that he actually lectured at the university. So these things happen. But jokes aside, I'm just waiting for Christine to be ready. About 3 or 4 years ago, Evans, I think it was a Strathmore, and there are readings here that I've shared. We're talking about what the world will look like. This was way before COVID, and I did make a presentation there, and I've included it in your packs, where I was talking about you know, in a few years to come, it's not a question of if, but it's a question of when. Where technology is just going to be the order of the day. And I said, there will come a time when institutions will just have one manager. One manager. And a few, one manager and a few robots or applications to work with. And people thought I was crazy. And actually, the world is going, you can substitute robots, applications, or whatever, but your future of work is not going to be, in many ways, described or characterized by huge bureaucracy, huge buildings. In fact, most of us in our countries are struggling with what to do with buildings, because we used to utilize them for office space and everything. COVID came, we all worked from home, and now what are we to do with these buildings? People are struggling with the use of buildings. People are struggling with going back to work, physically speaking, right? Because they've found a new way of working, an effective way of working, which takes into account several components of our lives which we took for granted before. So the future of work is completely changing, and as Jessica was saying, how are we going to be able to balance this future with some ethical considerations? And I'm happy to say Christine actually teaches for one of our modules on ethical leadership. And so I'm happy that she will be infusing some of these issues here. So the last session is going to be on fundraising. So Christine will be co-teaching, but she will take you through the first part, which is on liquid leadership, up until lunch. And then after lunch, we will then come back and do some sessions on fundraising and resource mobilization. So Christine, over to you. I think they need to mic you. Does she need to be mic'd? I think they said for purposes of the machine. Yeah.
Good morning, Miss Christie.
Very good. How are you?
We are very well, thank you.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm also very well. You were in that school. Then when the teacher asks a question, what do the children do? Teacher. Okay. So give me 2 lessons from what you picked from Jessica. She had very many things to say. Yes, something that you do, not something that you are. Very good.
Leadership remains deeply accountable to mission and to people.
Leadership, what? Your class was good. I think we can go home. Leadership remains accountable to its mission and the people. Fantastic. Another one more? Yes, very good.
No, mine is kind of similar. We can't preach water and drink wine.
Yes.
Well, like, if the example that you are feminist,
Uh-huh.
you account that and those that when it's those places.
Very good. And yes, very good. Being open and accepting the season. Criticism. Hiyo ni ngumu sana. That's the hardest for my Rwandese friend. That's very difficult. Accepting criticism. Uh-huh.
We have the power to navigate.
We have the power to navigate. We have power. Yes. This is a good class.
Yes, I was very interested when you talk about wasteland and we call it peace.
About?
Wasteland and then we call it peace.
Waste. That was painful. That was so painful. Wasteland, and we call it peace. Yeah. So, you know, when you're a carpenter, I just thought of this just now. So when you're a carpenter, when somebody calls you with a problem, your solution is always a hammer, isn't it? So that's how we are. That when somebody comes to you for a problem, if you're a carpenter, you just tell them, you come, I just give you the hammer and the nails. Me, my hammer is leadership. I think everything begins and ends with leadership. And in Africa, the one thing that's going to transform us is leadership. So Beck will talk about resource mobilization. Everything begins and ends with leadership. And this is very unconventional. And I got this from a preacher, so forgive me for going religiosity. Because one day they sat and said, you know, the most important thing we have, actually it was elections of 2007, before that land, our Kenyan elections before 2007. It says, you know, here I have a lot of, and you know they have huge congregations. And when you see the congregations in the churches, you know there's a big problem. Because there are places where there are no churches and there are not as many problems as we have in Africa. There must be managers in this room. So ministers, CEOs, managers, this is your responsibility. And he had a whole narrative for managers. Even if you're not a manager, you work in an organization, true? So you must have a leadership role in your organization. And then he had a whole narrative for the people who are working in organizations. Then he says, so you can imagine the youth are squeaking around there, I'm not employed, I'm not interested. Then he said, you know what? Even if you're not any of those things, you're a leader of yourself. And the most difficult thing is to lead yourself. Does that make sense? Yes. So leadership begins and ends with you, and our role actually is a lot on leadership. And that is where our biggest solutions are. Because it will make my life easier. Yeah. You can do it? Yeah. Okay. And liquid, if you think of liquid leadership, it's flowy, something that's important. Let's go to the next slide. If you, I wanted to give an example of the new world of work, again from the home. And Ivan's son, I want 2 eggs, one boiled, who does that? One boiled, one fried. That's our new world order. In my mother's house, you ate what was on the table. There was nothing about I want a boiled egg and what egg? You eat the thing that's on there. And we used to have something called arrowroots, which if you don't take with tea, it gets stuck here. And that was for breakfast. Now they have eggs and bacon and they tell you how they want to make it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a new world of work. Because those are the people who we are working with. They need to hear, they need their opinion made. Your children, you have to call a kamkunji if you want to make a decision. True or not true? Whether you like it or not. So you can try and be hardcore, but that's a new world of work. So think about it that way. Sometimes you overcomplicate matters. We make them very, very complicated. Go to your house, go to your home. If you have no children, go and watch how your young people are. That is a new world of work. And see how they expected us to be adaptable. So liquid leadership is leadership that acknowledges change and is centered around people. So in the old days, it was centered around results. What does it take to do results? I used to tell people in a workshop, you leave your problems at the door. We are first coming to do strategy. When we finish with our strategy and how we are doing it, walk out of the door and pick it up. And I used to be the same. I used to leave them there. And then I come to work until I almost collapsed. And let me give you how we got into Ford Foundation. So I'm a consultant. I do strategic plans. I do leadership, civil society all my life. So I walk into Ford Foundation and tell them, I've done strategy for very many organizations. I think we have a problem. We are not able to execute strategy, and we are not able to help the leaders to execute strategy. So we give money to do work. So go to Kakuma, go and work. And Kakuma is a refugee center in Kenya. Go to Kakuma, help people work there. And what about, we actually didn't even give money for salaries. Remember, sometimes you have to sneak in money for salaries. So I work in Ford Foundation and Open Society and tell them, you people, we are not helping those who do the work. They're going to collapse. And I've had many of them tell me, I've burnt out in Kakuma, I had to leave. I've gone to government, that is where there's money. I've actually moved myself. I went to private sector because there were structures, systems, it was easier. So I work into Ford Foundation and I tell them we need to find work. Ford Foundation tells me, that's a very, very good idea. But before we do for them, we need to train you. I'm a consultant. Me, I want the money, I don't want to be trained. Make sense? But if it takes to be trained, so be it. So there was a coaching program by Integral Coaching Canada. And they were coming, the first class, they wanted to do it in Joburg. So I accepted. And I wanted to be, actually through that time, I was also going through stress. I had a sick husband and my babies were all below 9. In my mind, so you leave problems at the door and you come and work. So I was working. But something I was feeling something is not right. Honestly, I would start telling my story and I would just keep crying. I'm wondering, what's wrong with you, madam? People don't cry. You sort your problems and you go. So when I went for coaching in South Africa, I wanted to be fixed. I wanted them to come fix me so that I go back and do. So we did the coaching program in SA, and funny enough, I'll tell you, what you learn here is not what we always teach. Sometimes it's what Jessica says or your friend says. Somebody closed the workshop. I don't even know what she said. And it clicked on me that, there is no fixing. You fix yourself. You have to figure out how to fix yourself. So that aspect of you taking up your leadership role and fixing yourself, and don't leave the problems at the door. It is important. And that's how the people, centered around people, is critical, because you have to understand yourself, you have to understand your people and what you're going through. So when somebody behaves in a certain, let me give you a perfect example. When Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, I felt there's something, very many underlying issues going into his. True? So we could judge him, but you could actually say, what's behind all that? What's the personal part of it? So it's critical for us to remember that there's change that's going to happen, and people are critical. And the people start with you, because that helps you see other people. Ask you questions about the other person. Does that make sense? There's solid, you're not adaptable, imprisoned by processes and culture. When Jessica said we use excuses of tradition, this is how we do it here. You have organizations that say this is how we do it here. You have cultures that say this is how we do it here. And it's okay, it has worked, but it may not work for our changing world. So liquid leadership, you're readily adaptable. If you think of water, it adapts, it moves, it finds its way. It will always find its way. If you did geography, there was what they call even an oxbow lake, so that it makes sure it goes. It will always find its way. If you walk along the beach, and we'll give you an exercise in the evening before you, make sure you walk on the beach. You will see how water makes sure that it comes, goes, adapts to what's available. Constant change driven by authentic opportunity. So being clear, what's your mission, what's your goal, where you're going to, so that is what is your focus, but you're also being able to change. Same core, your core. What's your core? So one of the classes we have, we actually do discuss your body as your core, because when your body is strong, body, mind, spirit, Becky said we'll have a mind and health break, that's your core. So what's your core for your organization? What is it that grounds you and holds you to account? Yeah. So a few laws on liquid leadership, what it looks like. Puts people first. Where are they first? So when she said we make Westland and call it peace, it's because we're not finding the people and putting them, what are their issues? And sometimes, and I say this also because I'm a victim, and one of the exercises we'll do is actually trying to listen to people. When you find that you need to share your budget, for example, as a civil society, with people you're wondering, wow, they're going to see how much I'm paid. They're going to see how much we're spending on cars and workshops. Actually, when I was starting my organization, I had a choice to start an NGO or a consultancy firm. I said, I want to pay myself a lot of money. I don't want anybody to ever ask me how much I'm being paid. I'm going to start a consulting firm. So when you have an NGO, when you have a civil society, this is public money. How are you putting people first? How are you listening to what people are saying? So putting people first, farewell to kings, is a big thing. Are your own children able to tell you the truth? Are your own siblings able to tell you the truth? Are you able to tell the truth? Speaking truth to power is critical. And I'll keep telling you, I'll use examples of homes, because when you can't hear the truth in your own home, yesterday my daughter told me, you adults never tell us the truth. My auntie got divorced. I never knew about the divorce until it passed by along the way. So in our thing, you don't start, and I told her, yeah, sometimes it's very difficult to have these difficult conversations with you people, but she's able to tell you the truth. Are people able to tell you the truth on where you're doing well and where you're not doing very well? and creating an environment where truth-telling is very, very important. Who will tell the king he's naked? I can tell you, if you think about your own countries, your own ministers, your own presidents, you can see their spaces where they have not been told they're naked. And then it comes out, and then people are causing chaos later on why they didn't know. So the third law, nature's a creative culture. I love that Becky said, gave you those colors. Love it. It's important to have a creative culture. Little things like those, scribbling. When we do our leadership program also, we have a creative session. And leaders say, now we're going to draw with crayons. Are we going back to class? But there's something about creativity that even heals the soul. It's a big thing. So creativity is not just for, just go back to that, it's not just for the artists. From the mail room to the boardroom, it's very important because it opens another element for yourself. And that's what liquid leadership does. So if you know of Google, how the Google offices, the way they've made them creative, and everybody talks about the Google offices, there's a creative pod somewhere you just want to sit and create. They serve food throughout, little things, but they are very important in it. The next, let's take the next one, okay. A liquid leader supports reinvention in the organization. And this is one of the tough ones. I don't have to change. I don't want to change. Learning as you go. This reinvention is like innovation, and we want people to innovate, but we don't want to take the risk of innovation. We're talking, I think yesterday, we were talking about funding and how different donors will fund you in a different way. One donor will give you, go and do. What's the overall picture? You go and do, which means it's a risk. And the risk means you'll grow with it. Some others want everything stringently covered, which means you'll deliver, but without risk, you cannot grow. So it's important to have the risk, but also see how do you reinvent yourself? How do I grow myself? And a leader leads by example, knowing yourself. I could almost stop there. Knowing yourself and setting the tone. So if you're the one who screams, and I'll tell you that one of the reasons I walked into Ford Foundation is because I worked in one organization. We had 3 CEOs over a period of years, and I swear the behavior was exactly the same. The CEO would always shout at the staff. And one young lady told me, Christy, we are a civil society organization. We're a human rights organization. Our human rights are violated right here where we are. Setting the tone. And I can tell you, there are still many CSOs like that. And it's because of yourself as a leader. Being able to know yourself, know what is it that's tricking you. And it doesn't mean that it's wrong to, it doesn't mean that you're a human being, so you will get ticked off. You will shout. But when you go back outside there, you should be able to ask yourself, what ticked me off? What is it that's disturbing me, that's making me not have the space, the accommodation to, yeah? And you can all say, I know very successful CEOs who are shouters. It doesn't mean your people are happy. Because ultimately, everybody wants certain basic things, to go to work, enjoy work, be treated with dignity, even the tea person. So you're the one who sets the tone. And honestly, it's a burden. It feels burdensome to be able to set the tone for 500 people, or 20 people, or 3 people. It is burdensome. But it's amazing the peace you create in your own organization. When you set the tone, yourself, you set the tone for our Wangari Maathai. I know we have Ugandans and Rwandese, but we have a Nobel Peace Prize winner called Wangari Maathai. And she would say, do your little thing. So your little thing is to set the tone in your space, because then it permeates and goes and makes a difference elsewhere. A liquid leader takes responsibility, the weight on your shoulders, I've just said it, at all times, not when convenient. Not when in the book, Good to Great, by, heard of the book? Jim Collins, Good to Great. They did a research of 1,000 organizations. There were more than 1,000 over a period of years. And they found that the organizations that go from good to great There were only, not many, I think there were 3 or 4. And 2 things that were very important for the people, for the CEOs who moved the organizations from good to great. There were only 2 things. Only 2 out of the many, many, many. You Google leadership and see how many parameters it takes to, everybody has an opinion on how to be a good leader, but he had only 2. One is that every CEO had a very strong will. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, where they want to go, that thing of mission, very clear. And if the mission was to transform, it was, we may need to lay off people, we may need to sell off. That was very clear. Strong will. The second was humility. And their humility was, the glory goes to the team, blame comes to me. The buck stops with you, and it's very weighty. And a lot of us, CEOs, CSOs, presidents, ministers, the buck is being sent to the T person, but the buck stops with you. It's a big weight on your shoulders. Even in your house, you're the one who sets the tone. When you're happy, everybody else is happy. Our relationship person, who we always use, called Chris Hart, once told me, and it's sometimes in very difficult conversations, said, the only thing your children want for you is to be happy, because they will emulate that. They really emulate that. So imagine that in your own organization, a happy environment. Yeah. Actually, we should have I think Africa should adopt, and nobody is picking up, I keep telling them, we need to have a gross domestic happiness. Only one country in the world has it. Have you heard of it? We need it in your own organization. Are you tracking your gross domestic happiness? Because a happy society will deliver for you things you have no idea. They will bend backwards to sort you out. So, very important. But it starts with you. And a liquid leader leaves a lasting legacy. What will you be remembered for? Acting local, thinking global. What will you be remembered for? And does thinking, I don't know what I was trying to say there, but yeah.
We are talking about this because you are going to be challenged with so many things that need your attention at the same time. How do you prioritize them? But how are you also able to function in such a way that you are able to deliver on multiple fronts? And what you are doing right now, listening to Christine, but also coloring, is an ultimate demonstration of dexterity. And if there's one thing that I always think is important for leaders, is to be dexterous. And so I'm looking at some of the drawings.
We have to go back to.
You have to go back to it?
To preschool.
To preschool?
Yes.
Now, actually, art is in the beauty of the art is in the eyes of the beholder. Right? So don't worry about what it looks like. Those that know art will tell you it's beautiful. Okay, so I think they are back.
Thank you for that reminder. So a bit about change, and just based on that point, that change is the only constant in life. You can embrace it, it can be forced on you, you can create it. You've had that many times before. Yes, I need to see. Let's go to the next slide. I like this quote by Charles Darwin. It's not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It's the one that's most adaptable to change. And it takes a lot of awareness, internal and external, to be able to embrace change. And the next slide I have is on how we grow as human beings. And if you're 50, you know how different it feels. If you're 40, you know how different it feels. From when you're here to here, this is the best part of my life, I think, that one. But each of these has its own complete different changes. Each has its own pains, its own joys. And if you refuse and still want to party, the other day we were in Diani, and Sarah, my colleague, was taking a jog, and in the morning she found a whole crowd of youngsters having drunk the whole night, and were just lying there having all the best time in the world. Then I said, that's the best time to do that, because you try to do that at another age, you have other responsibilities, your body won't agree. I'm not advocating for it, but just be knowing what your body is telling you at a certain time. This morning I watched a guy down there at the beach, the things he was doing. I was saying, oh. But change is the only constant, and you must remember where you are as an individual and keep staying grounded at where you are. The same with organizations. They also have their own life cycles. When you come to the 10-day, we talk about this also. Every organization has its own life cycle. Every organization, some die, and like human beings, organizations have the opportunity to be able to turn around and go back to growth, or they can choose to decline and go. And you know many civil societies that have been actually gone to this terminal stage, and I'm hoping, that was another reason I walked into Ford. I said, there are too many dying. They do such good work and then die for either governance issues, resource mobilization, staff, it could be anything. But organizations also have that. So you can either choose to accept the changes that you need to go through and work through them, and some of them are internal, some external, like COVID. When COVID came, so some airlines collapsed. Others, there was a nice clip from the airline of Abu Dhabi. It's called who? Qatar Airlines. They revamped. They said, this is our chance to revamp. They revamped the upholstery of their airplanes. They packed them, they cleaned them, and they said, when COVID ends, we will be ready. And that was their last quote. So you need to be aware of what's happening, and you may not have the resources like the Qataris to do that, but what are you doing for yourself to constantly adapt and deal with the change? And what does change look like when it's not managed? Maybe it would be nice for you to think through this. What change have you had through? Because at some point when there's change happening, there's depression, fear. And during COVID, we did have a lot of this. A lot of depression and fear, anger, hostility, and you ran away. So maybe take a moment now, let's write something on what change did you, it could be personal, it could be organizational. I won't ask you to share, so you can be honest on your piece of paper. Just think through what change you've had to go through that you depressed, anger, and opted out. You're smiling. I'm curious. I was so curious. Mm-hmm. Don't share.
Wow.
No, it's true, we're collectively completely stressed out. I think it's, there is a mythologization of some of this. And so I think it's maybe simpler than what we imagine. So I think it's just about practices. That's what I learned. And to be fair, I'm very 50-50 with the implementation. Okay, well, I think it's about practices, so that aren't super arduous, but so for example, the reflection idea could literally be, say on a Friday, you just literally wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to devote 15 minutes to just sitting and then having to think about how the week has gone, you know, in a work context, for example. And then just sort of noting whatever the things are, and then working out, so how would I want to then prioritize help, or where do I need help, or, you know? I think the other thing is also building it a bit into culture, like governance culture, because I think when you're in a executive leadership role, it's incredibly lonely. And we never talk about that. It's so lonely. You're alone. because there's many things, information even that you can't share, weighty decisions. So I think it's about building community. So ideally you would cultivate something good with your board, so that the board would genuinely be a co-thinker rather than, you know, something that you fear or, you know, that, and you know, that there's some sort of honest ability to be honest.
Yeah.
You can think through the fires. But then I think also peer networks, and building up something that feels safe, so that, because everybody has this, people are crazy.
Yeah.
Human resource management is
It's wild.
People are mad.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
mad. And they do strange things, and you're like, why are you doing that? You know? God, doesn't make sense, guys. This is not it, you know. And of course, then you're like, you can't even respond like a parent, because then you have labor law.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's not complicated. So having peers also. So I think it's just practices that helps navigate, and it's not some
Rocket science.
mega complicated or requires lots of money and special training. Do you know what I mean? I think it's just sometimes it's about using your common sense, but allowing yourself the space to actually be able to do it.
Yeah.
So thanks, Grace, for raising that. I mean, let me share what I normally do, and I'm not saying mine works for everyone, but it works for me. So the first is, I've always made sure that I surround myself in the team with people that I can delegate work to, so that I don't have to do everything. So that's the first thing. Make sure that you delegate. So I always have that quadrant which says important, urgent, I do it myself. Right? And then I've got important, not urgent, I look for somebody else to do. Urgent, not important, somebody else. Not important, not urgent, we don't do it at all. Right? So that's the first thing, just knowing what you are capable of doing at what particular point and time, and the rest delegating to team members. They will make mistakes, it's fine. So don't hold on to, if I give it to them, they're going to delegate. So that's the first thing. Then you're creating a bit of time for yourself to also reflect. Because one danger that you might find yourself getting into is wanting to solve things when you are not sober. And when you're not sober, you're not going to solve anything. And sobriety here refers to you being fatigued all over the place because you are trying to do everything. And in this sector, there are political climates that you need to solve. And politically, how do I solve that? I have to have a cluster of people that I call on and say, I have this political issue. How do I deal with it? And they help me solve it. So I don't have to do everything myself, but I consult and then do that. I have spiritual advisors, and I don't want to meet them in person. I mean, I don't want to meet them in person, because if I meet them in person, I get disappointed all the time. So some of them are books, some of them are preachers that I call to whenever I've got challenges. This is to feed my inner soul, right? And you need that as a leader. You need that particular moment where you adjust yourself and your soul. What are you talking about? And so forth and so on. So I do that. But equally important is to create time for yourself. I take Fridays and Mondays completely. I don't do any office work. Fridays and Mondays. I don't do any office work. Right? I don't do any office work Fridays and Mondays unless I'm invited, for example, to teach here. I don't do any office work, and the reason why I don't do it is because the moment I start doing office work on Monday and Friday, I'm locked down into administrative and this HR and work, and then I don't have time to read. Now imagine trying to lead an organization and you are not reading. You don't know what are the new ideas in the market and so on and so on. It means you are dangerously leading the organization. So create time to actually focus on. So you can call it reflection. Reflection comes in certain forms. It can be reading. It can be you having meetings with your team to go over things. So reflection is really like that time for yourself where you are really empowered, really strengthening yourself. They say when you are in a fight and you're getting weaker and weaker, what do? You must retreat. You must retreat. And when you come back to attack, you attack stronger. And that's what these reflections are really about. So at times it's really about, creating moments where you are saying, what will happen if I'm not going to do this administrative work on Monday or Tuesday? What will happen to the organization? what will happen if you delegated that function to somebody, but you then give yourself moment to actually go through this issue, because you really need to nourish yourself and strengthen yourself, so that when you come back, you are stronger and more effective. I think that's what all this means. To me, at least that's how I do it. It's not easy, but you constantly have to challenge yourself. And you have to pick up something that you like. I like jogging. So I use jogging as a project management tool. As I get onto the road, I start my journey, and my journey is like, okay, how far am I going today? If I'm going for 10 kilometers, it's 10 kilometers. What will I be doing in those 10 kilometers? Right? I can take an idea that I'm going to be trying to solve until I get to my destination. And so forth and so on. So pick up something that will keep you going, and use that to actually challenge yourself, but also to practicalize some of these ideas.
He has just finished my leadership class. Right there. You're done. What Jessica said, very simple. But I can guarantee you, very difficult to do. So you must consciously choose to do them. We call them practices. Tiny little you'll be shocked how 15 minutes before you get out of your room will make your day different compared to going. We'll do after break, I'm just checking time. We'll do after break a practical exercise, just based on what Grace has said, that this is the reality of our life. How do we navigate those things? But what Becky has said, just allow me to repeat, because it is, unconventional, because conventional wisdom will measure the buildings, how much money have you raised. This is all unconventional. That's why it's difficult to do, because we are doing a class, a 5-day class with Aga Khan University, and I told them when we finish the class, I need them to take the Saturday off to do nothing, but just inhale everything we've said and turn it around and churn it, so that they can, when I said adapt things, I need them to have a day on the Saturday to do nothing, but just go through, do nothing, really, literally. And Christine, how do I justify nothing? You really need to give me a good reason why they need to have the Saturday off. Because unconventionally, doing nothing is a waste of time. And yet that doing nothing, you see Becky says, I take Saturday off, and you all screamed, 2 days. How do you do that? But that day I take to read, because that's the only way I'll be able to be at the top of my game. So for me, I used to tell my children, even myself, for me to take off, you said make it practical. When I worked into Ford Foundation, I was burning out. I had a sick husband and children, and I need to take fees and everything. I was burning out. I was collapsing. I didn't even know. I just knew as a superwoman, we all have to keep going. Now I've lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. So I said every month I'll take a 2-day break. For me to say I'm taking a 2-day break, I would tell the house I'm going for a workshop in Naivasha. So I have to go for the workshop because I have said I'm going. I cannot do what I can't do. And I would then have to go and I tell you, all I would do is sleep because I was tired. But then in the afternoon, I would wake up, I was doing the coaching program. I'd never have time to do it. I would do my papers then. But I would spend like one day, it's just sleep. And that's all I needed. It just sounds weird that I'm going to pay somewhere. I would find that, and there are very many choices. You can choose a 10,000 place, a 1,000. There are so many. That unbelievable what's out there if you go to look for it. But it helped me stay sane, because if you don't stay sane, you will find you in ICU. And it is not so far-fetched. I can count for you how many people I know who's been ICU because of fatigue. It is critical to just find, delegate, leaders read, spirituality. This sounds uncomfortable. Let me give you one last example. On the spiritual, we asked Willie Mutunga. Willie Mutunga was our former Chief Justice in the Supreme Court. He used to come and give us our talks for us. Former Ford Foundation director. Yes, so he's very well known. But he moved from civil society to government, and the first thing he said is, you have no clue what animal the government is. So he's very honest in his experience in government. So at the end of the class, then he told us, when in a Supreme Court case during elections, there are two sides of the coin. There is those who won, those who lost. True? So those who won, depending on whether they're your friends and you're the Supreme Court judge, so for him, those who won were his friends. Yes? Yeah. So they were very cajoling. You had the Supreme Court lady saying, you guys made many phone calls. So he had very many good phone calls. We're encouraging you, you know, and we had the other haters. So he got from both sides, love and hate in equal measure. When they ruled against his friends. And immediately, those became haters, those became love, his love. Those whole emotions, we asked him, how did he deal with it? He said, every so often I would enter a spiritual center. It could be a Hindu temple, it doesn't matter. But for him, that is where he would go and maintain his sanity. So you always have to get away, whichever shape, whether you're jogging, whether you're taking off, you must find the space, the one that works for you, to go and just get away from the noise. Because you can never be creative in the noise, you will collapse. So that's an example of Becky, Willie. There are many examples. But you must find the formula that works for you. Okay? I think we can take a tea break. Yes. Is it 10:30? Yes. 2 minutes, 10:30. I think we can take a tea break. That's enough. Then after tea, we'll do a practical thing to just show why it's so difficult for you to take your break. Tea break is how long, Evans? 20 minutes. So the other thing we must do as Africans, and everything, let me tell you everything I tell myself, is learn to keep time. And learn to take responsibility for your time. So when we say 20 minutes, let's not wait for somebody to come and tell us 20 minutes are over. I learned this in Sweden. They don't tell you, there's nobody to ring the bell, the Swedes. The teacher would start at 8:30 at the dot. And Africans, the first 2 days, we were always late until we learned the drill. So we'll take a 20-minute break. How many minutes? 20. So what time are we coming back, according to your clocks?
20 minutes.
Think. When Becky says we'll have robots, when I was growing up, there used to be a program called Space 1999. Oh, you guys are not below 35. You're not above 35. I think you're all below 35. Anyway, it looked very far off. Even climate change looked very, very far-fetched. I remember someone telling me, Christine, you need to get into climate change. Well, I said, But Nairobi is coldest in September than it's ever been. And my gauge of whether the weather has changed is the older generation. So when they tell you it's never been this cold, just know it's real. So the book called Abundance really talks about artificial intelligence and just how far it's coming. In Africa, we need to wake up. We really need to wake up on AI. It's happening, it is there, we need to wake up and just see how it's affecting us and what we can use with it to leverage our work. So in that book, honestly, I think everybody should read it. It talks about feeding 1 billion people. It talks about water. It talks about energy. It talks about education and gives examples, practical examples of how the world has leveraged education. For example, there's the Khan Academy, which leverages education. There's a way in which you leverage all the real things that we need to ensure the world is living in a dignified way. And how can we leverage that space? So artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital learning, we thought it was impossible until COVID came. Communication changed from physical to virtual, remote employment. How are we dealing with those spaces? Not saying it has to be. Remember, everything is about balance. When I said, is the room balanced? Is it both male and female, youth, people with physical disabilities? Is that balance so that we can hear from all aspects? So very important. Disruptive forces, there'll always be pandemics, there'll always be conflicts, there'll always be natural disasters, there'll always be the economic downturns. We talk about them like it's a one-off. Even climate change, ladies and gentlemen, has happened before. It is not a one-off. The world is cyclical. As sure as the sun rises and sets, it will keep doing the same. If it's not one, it's the other. True or not true? In fact, when Kenyans say people are dying of drought, I just go under the table. As sure as the sun rises and sets, there will be drought. How can we in this age not be able to deal with drought? We know it will happen. So how can we not know there's going to be an economic, we know it will, how ready are you for it? Remember, as I'm talking to you, I'm talking to myself, because human beings, we get comfortable. You get a nice consultancy, you get comfortable, and then you're told, oh, the project is closed, everybody's crying, oh, why are they closing? It's going to happen. It always happens. The Samburu last week were crying, where is you said leaving? Why can't they be here for 6 years? I told them it happens. They have to come and go. So how are you being ready for disruptive forces? Finance people, if you do, one of the courses you need to do is on financial management for organizations, having an emergency fund, even for yourself. Everything you do for your organization, you do for yourself. An emergency fund, a reserve fund, ready to keep you going for 6 months. So because we're in Africa, things, we are an abundant continent. We had things for us. So we've not, in our culture, in our DNA, maintenance, looking long-term does not exist because we've always had food. We just need to understand that. Don't bash yourself. It's just us. We've not been in a place where there's 6 months snow, where there's no food. If you had 6 months snow, I swear you'd be able to adapt to it. So this is our adaptation. So how do you make sure now you adapt to your new world order? So disruptive forces are a critical element of change. The other one is globalization, climate influence, human rights influence, and awareness. What happens out there affects us. It's on your news immediately. Everything happens, it's on your news. So you need to know how you're going to adapt that. LGBTQ movement, Me Too movements, Black Lives Matter movement, things happening in the US. I'm wondering really, how does that affect me? But it does, especially as a civil society organization. Very important to keep yourself up to date. But with a word of caution, you can flood yourself with information and you can be on the news throughout and forget to look at what's happening in your front yard. Very important. Just keep your eyes also aware on your front yard as you look at what's happening at the global level, so that you know how to communicate with your constituents. Yeah? How does the war of Ukraine affect you? What's causing the global downturn? What are the opportunities of this? Because we talk about the global downturns, but there's always opportunities, always. I'll not go to the politics of how people made money during COVID, but there's always opportunities. Use data analysis and literacy and statistics. Civil society, can we use data? We are very good at collecting data. We are very good at writing reports and lessons. Can we use data? Honestly, if we did, would be very, very far. You see, like that guy who said he lectured he was guest speaker and then said, that is data. I am lecturer, and he had evidence to show. And I'm sure he got some work from that. That's using data. So it could be physical, could be data. We really need data. If you watch, I'll keep quoting books. There's a book written, of course, immediately something happens, the Americans write a book. So they wrote a book on how they found Osama. The way they found Osama bin Laden is that they had some guru sitting in a room looking at data, phone calls. It crumbles. They scramble the data and find it and use it to the point where they get to they hone into where he was. It was data. There is so much power in data, you have no idea. Both for yourself to inform you where should I focus on, where is the pain most felt, and also to market yourself. These are the number of people I've reached. This is the impact I've had. Very important. We do so much good work, but we don't populate it and show off with it.
Bin Laden example is a good one. They actually partnered with a polio campaign, and they went door to door, basically connecting genetic material, because when you do polio, you have to put a drop in the mouth. And so what it did was it actually undermined when they found bin Laden in a place, but because they had basically found the compound where he was and people related to him because they were taking genetic material when they were doing the polio immunization. So it literally compromised an entire national polio campaign, which in any case had always had the issue of people believing that polio is there to sterilize. In northern Nigeria, it's the same problem. The Muslim communities don't trust, and that's why polio remains quite present in that part. There's like only a few places in the world where polio hasn't been addressed because of this. So to use a data collection method that ultimately undermines another goal is also problematic.
Yes.
So it's a weird one.
Yeah.
I was in Pakistan at the time, that's why I know the detail, but just to say that it's an interesting one to think about some of the ways that this is framed in corporate space or even some of the policy and decision making may or not be as collected to an ethical approach in terms of the data. So we have to just think about that.
I like that point. I love that point. And it's, and 2 weeks ago, we were actually doing we now have a data protection policy. Yes. So very important that we're not just using the data and collecting the data, but making sure that it's ethically perfect point. Yeah, another point there.
Just you did mention about the pandemic. I was actually thinking that one of the challenge or something that is a global shift is the infodemic.
Yeah.
With fake news.
Yeah.
Because, like when we had COVID-19, the infodemic was like worse than the pandemic.
Yes.
And then it kind of like just continues. The avalanche of wrong information that we've got to deal with is just too much.
Yeah.
And I think, as a leader, it has got that direct effect.
Yeah.
So, talking about
I like that.
ethics,
Yes.
and then pandemics and the
Infodemic. Yes. Yeah. Very good point. And my saddest part on the COVID is that Africa didn't use its own data. For me, it was the saddest part. We're using data from abroad and making decisions based on that, but it's important. So very good point. Thank you. Okay, any other? I like that. If you have a point, don't worry. There's no judgment here. There's no damn question or, they're all important points. And the third is democratization of the workspace. I think I've talked about this, from hierarchical structures to flexible and collective organizational structures, various changes in leadership from rigid to fluid, and a caveat here, responsibility. Somebody still needs to make some decision and make sure the organization is moving, even if we're in a democratic space. So sometimes we forget and just make it fluid and think there's no decision making. Even if it's collective, somebody needs to be the one to lead. In Mandela's book, they talk about how the elders used to sit under the tree and the leader never used to talk. He just listens and listens and listens. Finally, when he's speaking, it's because he speaks the views of everybody and makes decisions based on everybody's views. So important to make sure that that democratic space is allowed to happen and move. Then some of the effects of these changes in the globalization is that individuals and teams can adapt and still deliver, because our fear is that if you're too adaptive, if you don't move fast enough, the emergency will not be dealt with. You can adapt and deliver. And what I've pointed with blue is what's important, that you must get your own toolkit. This is a toolkit. This was Becky's toolkit. How do you delegate? How do you read? What's your spiritual growth? What's your political, technical, physical? I would underline these three: your spiritual, your physical, things that ground you are not out there, they're in here. So what's your toolkit? So that your toolkit is the one that's grounding you. Honing in your curiosity and preparing yourself to what approach you'll have and what makes you unique. No two people are unique. It's the weirdest of things. No two leadership styles are the same. You think of all the leaders you know, from your parents to the ministers to the directors of your donors. No two leaders are the same. Everybody has their unique style. But you need your own toolkit. You need to be curious so that you can learn different things, open yourself up, be adaptive, and get your own style. Yeah? This is my favorite slide always. That's why it's in red. Because The expectations, I've said this before, I just wanted to just explain that unique element, is that self-awareness is critical. Who you are, what triggers you, and what affects you is important, and also being conscious of how you affect others. Yeah. So when you walk into if your room and your office is of people who work till late, everybody in your office will work till late. If you're the one who sends emails at midnight and expects a response at midnight, means your program officer will do the same. And you have to be conscious of how you affect. So if you send an email at midnight, you can tell them, I don't expect a response until morning, so that people don't feel obliged to respond to the boss because the boss works 24 hours. You have to be conscious of the actions that you do and how it affects others. Yeah? I'll give you a personal example. That period when I had sick husband and young children, I was hardcore. I was hard. There was no time to smile. Somebody asked me, are you happy? I looked at them and said, happy? There's life to run, man. Things are serious. My daughter would come and say, Mom, smile, relax. Oh God, it was terrible. She'd tell you, Mom, relax. You should do this. And I'm wondering, smile? I have no time to smile. A few weeks I go to school and I find my daughter doing exactly the same. She cannot even know how to cry. She was hard, sorting things out. So she was just reflecting me. And when I finally decided to relax, it's like the house changed. There was more happiness in the house. So you are people will mirror your behavior. Very important. And in the office, they mirror it. I worked at PwC, would work. It was normal to work at night. You know, that's the normal. It's not the right thing, to be honest. People need another life. So you have to be conscious on how you affect others. And when we say speak truth to power, be conscious of your own power and how that power affects others. It's very, very, very important. Very important. It's your moral responsibility to give your best to the world, because we all need to serve the world with our own little thing. Very important. And then the final is to nurture the strength of spirit to shield you in certain misfortune, because what grounds you when misfortune hits? So when 9/11 happened in the US, Larry King Live used to interview. Larry King Live was a famous interviewer who'd sit and interview different people. So in this one day, he interviews a rabbi. And they talk about it, how was it 9/11? We all ran to the site, we helped people, they were broken. It was difficult. And when they finished the interview, he asked, okay, one last word, Rabbi, what would you like to tell the people? And he told people, please tell parents to help their children. Actually, let me give you the direct translation. He said, send your children to know their God, whoever their God did said. Because when things happen and you can't explain, when a child dies, when you're young, or when your parent dies, or when calamity happens, when there's a flood, when there's people need to know what grounds them. So if as a leader, when things happen, if you're going through a divorce or some misfortune is part of the world. Remember I said those things we keep saying are cyclical. It is cyclical. There's life, there's death. There is misfortune. There is marriages that don't work. What grounds you? And this toolkit that I talked about is what grounds you, because life will happen to each and every one of us at our different stages. So it's important for us to do all these things to nurture your strength of spirit, so that when stuff happens, you are grounded. So it's like you have three responsibilities: to show up your best self, confident, this is my gift to the world, beware of how you affect others, and to nurture your strength of spirit. Okay? Any questions, any thoughts? I feel deep thinking.
It's important that we know toolkit and work across different people. Everybody has got his own. And I was listening to what you say. I mean, for instance, when you say, like, take a Friday and Monday, not people are working or not doing anything, reading. That's one. And I mean, as an academic, you're paid for that, actually, to sort of like enhance your analytical capability and conceptual depth. So that's one. And then the aspect of delegating, oftentimes, I mean, if you're an academic, you're perhaps surrounded by some budding intellectuals. And you know, if you're in a small NGO like mine, I mean, you know, you are the alpha and omega of some sort. And people refer to you. And any attempt to say, I do not have, then say, hey, but are you the leader? You're supposed to be the leader. So, and I mean also the context within which we live, I mean the African patriarchal context, that you know, as the leader, the expectation is that you should be one step ahead. And any attempt to say, no, we are at the same level. You know, let's ideate together, let's think together. Then quickly say, oh, but we thought we had an executive director here. Kombe is something else. so those really remain challenges. And so I think every person needs to have his own toolkit. Because, you know, and you definitely need to see how to manipulate or maneuver around with your toolkit. So, I mean, I like the toolkit of Moyo's, delegate, you know, have the spiritual advisors, have the political advisors. I have my own toolkit as well.
Yes. Everybody needs their own. You actually don't know. I was telling, I think it was, you have no clue what people are doing before they show up strong out there. You have no clue. And it's that you cannot cut and paste. I have, my friend Sarah loves jogging, and Moyo likes jogging. I have no interest at all to jog. Yeah. I would rather walk on the beach and stroll on the beach, and you know, somebody else likes climbing Mount Kavasiso likes climbing Mount Everest. I have no business climbing mountains. It's too hard. No, you tell me to go and bungee jump. 2 seconds, I'm done. I'm happy. Everybody has their own toolkit. Find yours and practice it. That's true. The second point, notice whether it is the world that's asking you to have the answers or whether it is you who's telling yourself you have to have the answers. Notice, because leadership, it is you and you alone. And everything that is disturbing you has something to do with you, not the world. And this is weird because the world will serve you what you ask it to serve you. If you don't have a boundary, for example, and you're the one attending everybody's funeral, then you come and complain, oh, I'm at too many funerals to attend. It's because you're there. You're available. Every time there's a funeral, Christine shows up, she'll cook, you can't come back and explain. And there's somebody who never attends, and yet people do not throw stones at them. So it's up to you to choose what you want and how you want. So if you think, and this is said with all due respect, if you think you must have all the answers before you meet people, that is you giving yourself that burden. Do you get it? If you choose, maybe sometimes, and it's a vulnerability to say, I don't know the answer. What do you think? It's a real vulnerability because it's true, patriarchally, we're expected to have all the answers. Yet, the same way I said, I don't know how to give bad news to my children, some very serious news. Maybe I tell me, no, I don't know how to discuss this matter, really. How do you think we should go about it? It's amazing. Let me give you a weird one. So I have children who are above 20. And I'm thinking, oh, sorry to use this example, but it's a real example. Are they having sex? Should I discuss sex with them? It took me 3 weeks to think about how to have that conversation with them about sex. How shall I start this topic? It's a very difficult conversation for a mother with girls. So as we are driving one day, I ask her, do you know about sex? She looks at me and wonders. I think the conversation was 2 seconds. 2. And she said, what was so hard about that? We could have had, 2, all off. So sometimes the things we are struggling with, the answers are out there. And they're so easy. Last year I moved to Diani during COVID. Diani is a coastal town. And I struggled, should we move, should we not move? I actually had a meeting with the children. I asked them, we need to move. And I wanted to move to Mombasa. They said, no, Mombasa is too much of a town. I didn't want to go to Diani because it's too quiet, it's too cold. They said, no, let's go to Diani. That's a better place. I told them it's not, no, that's where, you will get amazing responses when you show your vulnerability. And the answers are out there. Okay? So I want to move to, yes. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know, am I allowed to use this? I
Yes.
thought this was only for the, I'm just being funny. So I think reflecting from this morning and what has just been said, you gave an example of the CSO where they had 3 different leaders and they were all shouters. But at the same time, we've also spoken about whether a person is a leader or a person in a position. It could be very possible. We tend to think that just because you're given a position, you're a leader.
Yes.
There are certain qualities that one has to have to be a leader. But also there are certain, of course, there is a lot of growth within the leadership itself. So when I reflect and I think about my journey, for example, I have seen myself in so many different situations up till where I am right now. And I think leadership as well is not it cannot be prescriptive. Even the type of leadership, I was saying earlier that in one day, you could have different styles of leadership in just one day. Yeah. And you might need to have and use, and this also applies to personal life. You might change from this to that, depending on, the situation, the environment, and everything. And I think one other thing we don't make a lot of noise about, especially in the CSOs and the civil society, where we need to have governance, and governance is an issue. A lot of the problems that leaders have stem from governance. If you have good governance, you have, good systems, and it follows. But when you have bad governance, then it affects everything. And sometimes it's not in your control. Just like the example you gave of you don't know how to give bad news. I've been in a situation to my child where I had no choice. Sometimes life does not give you choices. So you just have to find a way to do it. Yeah. And so therefore you do it because it has to be done. Yeah.
Nice, thank you. Very good. Okay. For organizations, let me skip that. I think I've talked about the soft skills. It's a bit of repetition. I want to go to the practice I wanted us to do. Empath, but maybe let's go through soft skills. And I don't call them skills. They're actually skills, not soft or hard. They're just skills. Awareness, empathy, mindful leadership, being self-aware, aware of others, contextual awareness, culture, language, performance indicators. My second hammer is that one of listening. Every leader needs some listening skills. Really, really, really listening. We listen waiting to respond. But we don't listen to respond to I hear you saying. And there are 2 different ways to respond or to hear what somebody else is saying. Very important. Fostering connectedness, inclusion, and belonging, relationship building. Other soft skills, building resilience and flexibility. When I said grounding, so that you can function, just what she has said, function differently in different situations. Very important. Clear communication, harnessing trust and truth. Bold futurists. Value creation. Problem solving, critical thinking. Time management is another one. I'll do just the number 1, what we call quadrants. And if we have time, we can do the second one, lines of development. We said we have a toolkit. So there are different toolkits you can have. Quadrants is one. So quadrants is just what it says. It's 4 boxes. And I'll go through the 4 boxes. So if you think of quadrants as 4 boxes, just that, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's what it is. But there are other toolkits, what we call lines or levels of development. What's your spiritual level of development? And spiritual is not a religion per se, but spiritual What's your soul? What feeds your soul? That's an intangible thing you can't see. Emotional development. How well are you developed emotionally? And there's no good or bad. It's just where are you in your emotional development? How do you deal with emotions? Your own emotions, emotions of others. How attuned are you to your emotions? What are they speaking to you? There's a lot of intelligence in emotions. When you have fear, until you interrogate the source of fear, you will move and live in fear. When there's anger, yesterday I was thinking, there's good anger and there's anger that's destructive. Good anger, for example, when we got angry that we needed land back, there was that anger of you need your land back. There's the anger of we need to end violence against women and children. There's that level of, there's the good anger. It needs to be directed in a way that's delivering results. There's the anger of I'm so angry, I'm going to fight. There's destructive anger. Yeah? Does that make sense? So emotional, there are very many emotions. Are you aware of them? How do you deal with them? Your physical body is a great source of intelligence. I could spend like 2 hours just discussing about your body. There's your heart, body, your gut, your mind, your legs. What's your body telling you? How is it grounding you? Just a simple example, one of my coaches was shifting from, she said there are leaders at every level. Even the tea lady in my office is a leader in her own right. She will come when she wants to come, unfortunately. I've not managed to tame her. But when she comes, her tea, the office is cleaned in like 2 minutes. She's sorted everything out and she asks, what's the problem? What's the problem here? So that's leadership, and I don't advocate for that, but you can see leaders fall everywhere. So your body is a critical element on your leadership, your leadership element. Cognitive, your mind, how alert is your mind? What's happening? How are you feeding your mind? Are you reading? Are you staying awake? Alert to the correct things you need to be reading so that it feeds the future, feeds you now. Your moral line on how do you make your decisions? Who do you think about when you're making decisions? Is it just me? Is it me and others? Is it me and the bigger picture? What are your moral obligations? How do you meet them? How do you not judge yourself in the process? So different facets of it on development. So let's just go to quadrants for now, so that, and it will speak to Grace's point earlier. And the quadrants help you understand yourself and how you see others. Yeah? So if I wear yellow lenses, everything around me will be yellow. True? Yes. Yes. Me and my hammer, everything is leadership. That's my yellow lens. So, and that's how I see things. It's not wrong, it's correct, but partial. Does that make sense? So for example, let me give you an example. When you just work on your body and don't work on your mind, it's correct, but if you worked on your body, it would enhance it better. Make sense? So it is correct, but partial. So quadrants show you how you see yourself, and how if I remove the yellow and wore blue, and put blue on top of yellow, I would see a different color, and I would see different perspectives. So they help you understand yourself and how you see yourself. So to the point of leadership that, gosh, what's your name? Lulu. I'm guessing because of to your point. This is a quote by Martin Luther King. And he said, and I like it because it tells you to think like a CEO. And he said, whatever job you have, even as Frida does her tea, if you are set by the higher beings to be a street sweeper, set out to do it as God Almighty called you. And if it's a higher being, infinite intelligence, if it's Allah, set out like you've been called at this particular moment in history to do it. Today, this moment. Don't just do a good job. If it falls on you on your lot to be a street sweeper, sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets like Leontine Price sings before the Metropolitan Opera. Sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well. So you work on a personal approach. Remember we said it's your own way of doing things. So the quadrants, now I'm back to my quadrants, will help you work out a personal approach to understanding your world, because you understand your dominant way, your own perspective, and how that affects how you see it. And you use that knowledge to understand how you see others based on your own perspective, based on my own yellow lens, and notice how we as a group see the world, and where we are strong and where there may be gaps. And it's important especially to see, remember I said it's your moral responsibility to offer your best to the world. So it shows you where you're strong. So if you're very strong at facilitating, at teaching and doing that, you do it. If you're not very strong at setting up the room and making sure the lights are set, and find somebody else to do that. But if you're very good at making sure the room is set and you're not good at standing at do that. Because it's important that every cog of the wheel works. So it helps you see that, and that's why it's important. So there are 4 quadrants, as I mentioned. There's the upper, and they're just named based on where they are. That corner, that's the upper side, it's the right side. This is the upper side, it's the left side. This is the lower side, right, and lower left. So upper right, you think deeply and ask, no. Let me first ask the question. Let me first ask you an exercise on a piece of paper before so my question is, you're struggling with you'd like to delegate better. You're really struggling. You have a lot of work and you're really struggling. Where would you go to look for help? You'd like to delegate better. You'd like to have more time for yourself. But there are many things happening and you'd like to delegate better. So answer like that, briefly like that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, hi everyone, my name is Khalid, and I would speak to either my management, so line manager, colleagues, or any subject matter experts.
Okay.
Internally or externally.
Okay, very good.
Hello, my name is Shimi, and as I'm listening, I realize there are a lot of institutions with a lot of luxury.
Hold on.
To delegate to.
No, listen to my question. Where would you're in a problem now. Make it simple. Where would you go for help?
That's my response.
Okay.
If your institution does not have a team, like for you to be able to do that, that is a luxury that we assume that you should have. So either you could go to colleagues, I would go to colleagues to ask for their support.
Okay.
To understand how to delegate in a situation whereby you do not have adequacy in terms of numbers to be able to delegate.
Okay, so you'd go to your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot has been said, but first I'll do a silent prayer.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Willis, and in such a situation, I would have my team members as the sounding board.
Okay.
But that is also with respect to the specific issue at hand. Certain issues we don't have solutions as at the moment. We also have to look at precedent. Have we gone through the issue before? What happened? And do we have solutions within ourselves, or do we need to outsource or have it external?
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Delegation will be based on the nature of the work assignment. If it's strategic, I'll bounce it off the board. If it's operational, I'll bounce it off my core team.
Okay. Sawa.
I would share the same idea. I would consult with members of my board who have that expertise, or depending on the nature of the problem, or the staff.
Okay. So let me be honest. I'm having a problem with this question. You can see. but I'm getting the answers I'll get. Let me change the question.
Where would I look for answers?
Let me change the question because I'm seeing, that's why I stopped. Shumi? Shimi. Shimi. Go back to your piece of paper. I'm having a challenge with time management. Not Shimi, I want to start back again. And I'm sorry if I stop you and tell you to say quickly, because I want the answers quickly so that I go to my point. I'm having a challenge with time management. Where would I go to look for help? Start back. Don't overthink it. Go to the back. Just say, this is where I would go. Delegation, we are going to the office. And it's not a bad question, but I'm seeing it's complicating us. Back to the back, yes. Where would I go for help? Time management.
Others.
Others. Yes. Pass on the mic.
Definitely others.
Sorry, when you say others, give me an example. Go back there. What do you mean by others? It could be your sister, your board member. Be specific.
Directors.
Directors.
Board members.
Board members.
Nowhere.
Nowhere. So you'd not go. That's not an answer for me. You have not answered me. He needs to answer.
I simply accept that I'm having a challenge with
time management. Okay. Okay, nothing. Let's go there.
Anna.
My
team.
To your team, okay.
For people who are committed and accountable.
Team. Board, okay. Nowhere, I don't know where to put him. Okay, let's keep going like that.
My senior leadership team.
Senior leadership team.
To management.
To management.
To management and my team.
I know. The other person I'm in charge of is myself.
Yourself. Okay.
I would go internal. My own self.
Okay.
I would talk to two of my colleagues. They're my peers. So I think, we normally bounce off ideas at that level.
Fantastic. Okay.
I will go internal too.
Internal.
I would go internal and consult my supervisors on the decisions I make.
You'd go?
Internal.
Internal.
Self-reflection. Then it will come up with some decisions that I would then need to bounce on people who are supervising me.
Okay.
She has actually copied what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll also start with self, and then team, and then external.
Okay.
I would want my boss to know about time management, internal and family.
Internal and family. Very good.
Okay, I'll have a conversation with myself and then the team.
Okay.
For me, I'll do a self-analysis and also seek support from peers.
Okay. Peers.
I'll also start with myself, maybe get an accountability partner who
Okay. Very good.
I think, not I think, but it is me and me alone, because we say that what I do mirrors to the rest. So if I don't do it myself, they might not really help me because they have the challenge that I'm reflecting on them. So it is me.
Okay.
I will self-reflect and also find those triggers that make me not manage my time, and then find some mentor, someone who will be able to guide me, put me in some process to work around that problem.
Okay.
Yes, I would start with self and then definitely identify someone. So not necessarily at work, but it could be even from my life, who I know is good at keeping time and kind of try to learn and pick up the skills.
Okay.
She was self-reflection, then involvement of my team.
Thank you. I think this issue of time is a self or a personal one, and I think the integration of basic tools such as having a calendar to organize your schedule, or having a reminder on the phone or on the clock, I think might suffice and I've seen this work for me at a personal level.
Okay.
Yeah, so my answer is still the same. I will pray and then I will see how those issues have been settled before.
Okay. How those issues have been settled before. Okay. Okay.
Self and coach.
Self and coach.
For me, I'll start by myself, analyzing the problem, then coming up with my own solution. Then I'll go to one of my friends, a person who's near to me, share the problem and see what their suggestions are.
Very good.
I also would go to my leadership coach and talk to them, and probably also self as part of that process.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, probably no one knows, but I was starting from myself, analyze the challenge, and then asking for others to adopt the solution.
For me, I think I would start with myself and go to a coach to then be able to utilize some tools to prioritize my way forward.
Okay.
Self-reflection, very important, because it begins with you, but I would also, there are a lot of tools out there, research, find out what people do to do better time management.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you. To be honest, let me be honest, the way I do it is, so after consulting myself, the next person is my program director.
Very good. Self and program director.
I don't have this problem.
Oh, nice. Pass on the mic.
So what have you done?
Give her. Nice. Jessica.
Yeah, I guess I would acknowledge it for myself, and then I have a particular friend who actually runs workshops and creates tools around time management, so I would sign up and engage.
Okay.
I would call a meeting of 3 people, me, myself, and I. That's number one. Number two, I would negotiate with my board on what we call flexi hours, because at the end of the day, the ocean comes and goes.
Yeah.
Flexi hours for me would work, just to make me look good, even though time at times I may not work. Thank you.
Nice.
Christine, you know I don't have that problem.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Much. Clap for yourselves for being. And for those who refuse to answer my question, I know you. So, those who don't have the problem you have places to consult. So, there are 4 ways in which you can solve the problem. So, you can think deeply and ask yourself, how might I resolve this in a meaningful way? Those who said it starts with me, I'll come back and reflect. I will check how can I solve this in a meaningful way? That is what.
Leading today, our problems are so complex. They are so interrelated. you actually don't have, right? And as you lead your institutions, this is exactly what you are doing. You are creating something out of this seemingly complex entity. But
get it in your head. Thank you, Becky. It's very important. Okay, so 4 quadrants. Thank you for that. This is upper left. And upper lefters think deeply first before they go and act. What does it matter to me? And they will not act until something makes sense to them. They deeply reflect before you. And I'd never thought about this as an example until the other day I was teaching. We are driving with my sister, and as we are driving down a street in Nairobi, it was between Prestige and Yaya Center, for those who know Nairobi. There's a narrow road, and that road is used a lot by the people who go to Kibera, which is an informal settlement. So it is very highly populated by people coming from work and going home. So as we are go and do, upper right, my sister, on the other hand, is still in her car. I'm wondering, madam, what are you doing in your car? Her way of thinking is fast thinking. How does this affect me? If I pick this person, is there blood? Will I get? What will happen? If we put him in the car, are we moving or breaking up? She thinks fast. She thinks deeply how it matters to her before she does. Do you get that too? So almost instinctively, there's a way in which you do things in an emergency situation, and it doesn't mean her thinking is wrong and my moving is right, or my moving is wrong and hers is right. And that's a mistake we always make, that at least has she thought to think about it. What if we break it? Is that you need all 4 at each point in time. And it's a practice, because the more you practice it, the more you'll be able to quickly think, how does this affect me? What shall I do? And go and do it. Does that make sense? Yes. So it is your way of orienting that dominates, is a dominating factor. It also doesn't mean you don't have any of this. When in my situation then, I was actually, if you can see me as I do, I don't have time to reflect. It's time to look after children, look for money, pay school fees. I don't have time for that. That is a waste of time, until I practiced it and found a way of doing it. So you have your own way of orienting, that is your instinct, that you go. And then there's a primary one, there's a secondary one, and then there's one you don't even feel at all. I've had to cultivate my lower left. I never had time for, you have to consult who? It's time to go. Family, friend, it's time to go do things. So you have the dominant one, you have your secondary one, and there's one that is, you least orient from, you don't feel it. Doesn't mean it's 0. Remember, you can't have 0. You must have something about it. But the one that you instinctively go to is the first one. You have a secondary one. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. Yes, Becky. Yes.
I'm just thinking, sorry.
Let him say, then
I'm just thinking of this and relating it to our personality traits.
Yes.
And it seems to be very, very, there's a very elaborate convergence between who my personality is and which quadrant is my dominant here. So that's very interesting, in my opinion.
Yes. And the more you learn about yourself, the more you click, and you see you can put, no wonder I'm so cross, no wonder I'm so tired, if all I'm doing is running. It helps you, when you stop to think and reflect, helps you think, no wonder. It's that thing is no wonder, it gives you peace. Because sometimes we judge also ourselves too hard.
So I was going to say, another way that I'm looking at it, and as I was discussing, I think, is in Moses, when we were coming here, that, depending on, so think of your organizations and the different phases that they've gone through, and how long you have been there as the leader, right? At each given phase of an organization, you might be requested to use a different frame, a different quadrant. There's a phase in an organization where you are needed to be a creative leader, to go out and look for solutions because you want to be creative. There's a phase in which you probably are more reflective as an organization, and therefore you require yourself to be that and so on and so on. And I was saying, one of the mistakes that we do, and you are saying to me, maybe partly because of patriarchy and all that. We think we are the best leaders for each and every phase of the organization. And that's not true at all. At any given point in time, as a leader, be aware of what your value addition is. And if you're bringing value in that particular phase, then you are not doing your organization any service. And I was saying to him that, I mean, this is me, and everyone has got their own ways of doing things. With me, after every 6-7 years, I change organizations. If it means going to create something that will occupy me, I do that. And that's because I know my value. I'm very good at setting up things, getting them running with creativity, with all the energy that is needed. And then when I start realizing that I've reached a summit, reaching a summit doesn't mean you are better at what you are doing. It means you are still the best in what you are doing. But the energy is no longer the same as in when you started. And when I reach that level, I leave because I know that somebody else now needs to take over from where I've left. And as it always happens, I leave at the moment when people are thinking, this is the time now that I must really stay because you have made this good success of an organization. And I leave at that moment when I have just catapulted the organization to a point where it is now the best leader, it has mobilized resources, and logically people will say that's where you should stay. But for me, that's when I leave because I realize I'm no longer the best leader for this organization. It requires somebody else different. So for me, I would take this, of course, use it in other ways, but I also take this and position it against my organization and say, where is my organization right now? What kind of a leader does it require? Am I that leader? If not, where do I then get support for that? If I'm to still stay, where do I get that support and how do I get those skills and all of that? So for me, that's how I interpret all this. But I think it's important for us to know our value addition and when best we are for our own organizations. And when the time comes that you are no longer the best, then navigate and find ways in which you do something totally different from that, what you give the organization a chance. I see Moses.
Yes.
And okay. I'll come to you.
You were just reminding me of my dear leader back home in Uganda, who has been around. He's been around for 36 years and he's still counting. And to him, it's such about consolidation and longevity. And I know, who can tell him? So I think that self-awareness that I've actually done my part and I definitely need to move on is important. But the other thing that I just wanted to really make mention of, and I don't know whether there is a correlation about this and learning. Because, I mean, if you want to learn to swim, there are those who would want to read books about swimming. There are perhaps those who would want to just jump in. There are those who would want to sit at the swimming pool and watch the swimmers. Then maybe others would like a floater. And so even I see that and I kind of like see a mirror reflection on this. But I think for me important is that there is also an ability to sort of slide from one to the other.
Has significantly changed. Even I myself can see that. So I clearly see that I've moved across the quadrant. And so is it an aspect of experience, maybe a bit more knowledge, and or are these traits that someone is born with, or it is also some things that we pick as we progress through life? That's what I'm trying to see, and whether with that experience, then you may find yourself in a certain box that you've boxed yourself there, and you feel that's your comfort zone, and you make certain decisions around from that box, or I don't know. So I just want your thoughts about that.
So the way I explained about the yellow, so there's a natural way, almost instinctive, that you will orient from one of those quadrants. With time, with experience, so there are two ways we can grow. Life will throw you stuff at which you have to grow. You have to help you go and think. So that's one way. And with time, experience is the best teacher for sure. So you will gravitate along these places. You can also consciously do practices and say, I need to hone my skill about asking other people, about co-creating stuff, about hearing opinions of others. I think I need a bit more of that. And you choose to grow that way. Or I need time to be reflecting. How can I'm seeing here, or somebody tells you the way you're going, you need to hone your skill around thinking what values matter to me. And the more you do that, then you realize it works. So some of it is life that gives you. A lot of it for leaders, we keep saying we need to grow, and you need to do those little practices that help you grow. They sound like a lot sometimes, but I'll give you a practice. I'll tell you, like, on the upper right is also a physical thing. So I'm coaching a young lady. I started the story and I stopped, and she wanted to move from deputy to CEO. And her little practice, that it was amazing, it was transformational. It sounds so weird. I gave her a practice. When you go to a meeting room, first dress the part. Make sure when people walk in, you're dressed the part. This is both for male and female. So the way and it doesn't have to be that whatever, but dress the part. And then, how do you normally sit? So she'd slouch and put her hand like this, and said, when you go and sit with your back straight and project your voice with authority. She just did that practice. Nowadays I look at her, I'm thinking, is that the same girl? So these are just little practices. Jessica was saying this, they normally expect big things, but it's just the little practices. Am I walking? Another practice I give somebody, walk. This one used to give way to everybody. I told him, when you walk in the streets of Nairobi, walk and not give way to anybody. Try that. It means people have to move out of the... So the things we do, very nuanced, tiny things, you do for ourselves on a day-to-day basis. If you're the one always substituting for people, imagine that's what you're always doing to other people. But if you're walking straight, of course, don't bang everybody on the street, but notice, and he told me, my God, I did that practice, I realized I keep making way for everybody else. I never create my own straight path. So it's those little practices that help you understand yourself, understand others, and then grow those muscles. Okay? Yes. Mr. Who? Google is here. Here is Google. It's a lower writer. Google is lower right. Yes, yes, yes. It's true. And imagine in one, whatever you have your answer. So I'll change there. 2 books and two sites.
Thank you. I wonder whether you can have a point of convergence between these 4 attributes. But if you did that, perhaps it would not fit in within your theorem. Rather than have, let's say, 5 circles with an intersecting one in the middle, such that, because in certain respects, and in many respects, you'll have, the lower left intersect with the upper.
Yeah.
That is how the nature of thinking as well.
Yeah. It's true.
This thing, and also, for me, I've always seen myself as having multiple identities. So, I wouldn't really fit completely.
Exactly. Yes.
So like you were saying, my decision making 15, 20 years ago is completely different than it is today.
Yeah.
And so I think it's also important to understand that our identities keep shifting.
Yes.
In one form or the other. And they're influenced by context, they're influenced by experience, by knowledge. And so these are just ways to signal how traditionally, or rather ideally, people think. But actually, if you try and superimpose yourself there, you find that actually you might be sitting somewhere in the middle, or towards the left, or towards the right. So I think just acknowledging
multiplicity of identities at any different points of your life.
Yeah, thanks. As you're talking, I was just thinking about what fascinates me nowadays. I'm reading a lot around indigenous knowledge. And when you look at the Indian Ayurveda, you look at Chinese traditional medicine, African traditional medicine, all these things encompass a lot around who you are as a person. And what fascinates me much more is it even details out what diseases you're prone because of the certain decisions that you make. So as you're talking, I was like, if we could couple this with that information, I think it can really help someone to really self-aware.
Yeah.
Like these certain decisions, I make them with certain characteristics depending on my composition. And so if I make this decision, this is what the implication will look like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information if we think about our African culture that can really help us to become better leaders.
Yeah. And the
from this exercise up until now is that it's important to know thyself.
Yes.
And a lot of us miss that mark. So this journey is a journey of lifelong learning. It's not an event. You learn more about yourself each and every passing day. And it's also important to pay attention to energies. The energy that comes from within and the energy that's around you.
Yes.
That's how you become a better leader. And of course, I like what Becky said much earlier. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity. I think I got a wake-up call as a leader. I think as COVID was hitting us, I think I slept for 16 straight hours. And that was a sign that, I take it in a lot as a leader.
Yeah.
You don't need to be present always. Sometimes you need to be protective of your energy. You need to say no to some appointments.
Yes.
And in terms of vulnerabilities as well as work within teams, it's also very important to be very much aware of what you are able to do and what you're not able to do. And explain that to your team at eye level as well. To say, I don't know it all, I also don't understand it all. I'm also learning at the same time as you guys. You get the most out of your team if you are also honest. That's the vulnerability that we need. And of course, as what Mother Teresa said, if you want to change the world, start with your family. A lot of us are very much distant from our families. What is seen in the world of work and what is seen in the home space, those are completely two different personalities. And I think that's where we realize the most change. And we'll start thinking and interacting with our team members as if they are members of our family. Because what you see in that sector also kind of like, resonates in the other sector as well.
Each of these has your way of how you view the world. My personal meanings and values, my internal experiences, what deeply matters to me, my views, thoughts, and feelings. So this person is driven a lot by values. So remember, we are saying you're not going to be boxed. We're not boxing. So as I speak, notice where you orient from, what is missing, and what you can build on. Because these things are practical and they're choices. So how well connected am I to my own personal feelings, my own values? How does this value, what does this mean to me? Is it important? These people, this has to make sense before they make any move. It really has to be of value to them. And again, with practice, it can be thinking from 3 weeks to a second. Because it's how you, if you have a meeting, and in my meeting, I want to be more vocal. So your practice is to be more vocal. Maybe on the first day, you'll not say anything. On the second day, you'll ask a question timidly. On the third, and you'll walk out and hit yourself, why didn't I ask that question? On the third day, you'll remember, I'll be writing notes so that I know what to say. And your voice will be faltering when you do. By the 10th day, you'll be better at what you're doing. Does that make sense? So as we think is how well am I to what matters to me, the values, my own internal experience, how well connected am I here on a scale of 1 to 10? And how do I really need to build this? Because when it's not, when you don't have value, you will act and later on say, why the hell did I go for that meeting? Really? Did it matter to me? Did I have to be? Do I have to be in that funeral? So what value does that give me? Oh, I want to be connected. I want to meet so-and-so, and I want to give support here. So it really helps in your actions as you go ahead and do things. Upper right is your doing, action, words, the value of getting things done, and the amount of energy you have. You people, energy is critical. During COVID, there were those who were talking death, there were those who were talking life. You go and reflect for yourself. Those who talked death, how was your life? Because it is just the energy. When he said the energy around, be conscious of the energy you have around you. Is it building? Is it killing? And it's not to negate the seriousness of the matter. It is to be conscious of the energy you're giving, the energy you're receiving. So in the country of Kenya, all we do is complain about our leaders. Guess what we get? Everything we complain about. So it's the energy we give. You give, the other word we give is poverty. Guess what we've had in the last 50 years? Imagine if we talked wealth creation. You go and tell your grandmother, imagine the project we're doing now is for wealth creation. Her mind just keeps thinking wealth creation. So what we did during the 844 system, we changed the system and said there are no jobs. Young people, get out there and sort yourselves out. Guess how many entrepreneurs we have? Huh? Hustler Nation. Don't go there. You're about to open wounds. There's a lot of rejoicing and woundedness with that word. But guess what you create? So be careful of the energy you're giving. So that's the upper writers. A lot of energy. They will keep going so that's how they feel engaged. I have a coachee who said, at the end of the day, I have to have a tick off on my things to do. If I don't have a things to do, I write one and tick it off. Because that's where she gets her energy from. How many resonate there? Understanding. Has Jane confirmed she's okay with this? And Susan, we forgot. By the way, in the meantime, these ones are wondering, what are you doing? We should be gone. And then these are the ones who check whether everything fits. What does the policy say? What does Google say? Do we have a process? Is there a clear strategy? Is it systemic? Is it systematic? Shall we follow? So you want to slaughter a goat in the village, you ask for money from the accountant, he tells you it's not in the policy. And you're wondering, really? Yet, when the audit comes, he's the one who's going to be in trouble. True? So each of those has a way of orienting and the way of going. So if the accountant was a doer, he would say, we'll make it work. I had an accountant like that. He says, hey, Christine, that's not in the policy, but give me 2 minutes. I'll sort it out for you. So it doesn't mean he goes against the policy. He makes sure within the policy, it happens. Does that make sense? So each of these are accurate but partial. Yes? And you need perspectives from each of these. If you don't have them, you don't have to have all of them, as Becky was saying. Use your teams. That's why you have teams. So there's a person who always makes sure everybody's okay. Use them. Jane, go and make sure everybody's okay. This is my idea. I need it done by this day. How do we sort it out? They will give you the solution and know who to talk to make sure it works. Yeah? So map out your resources in your work situation, how I manage my team, my time, and which quadrant do you think you orient from. So map it out, discuss, and then come and put it here. I'll give you 5 minutes. Where do you think you are? Now that you've understood it better, which quadrant do you think you orient from? Primarily. So now you can discuss in threes. I've talked too much. In twos and threes, how you're seated. Where do you think you orient from and why? You are given a yellow post-it. When you finish your conversation, put your answer on your post-it and you'll come and pin it up. Yes. Yes, sure.
Okay, colleagues, while you are doing your stuff, when Christine mentioned the issue of slaughtering goats, it reminded me of a project that one of the donors was funding in the Eastern Cape in South Africa on HIV and AIDS, but dealing more with issues of stigma, victimization, and all of that. And of course, in the traditional setup in the Eastern Cape, one way to make sure that young girls are not stigmatized is for them to go through a ritual, and that ritual involves slaughtering a goat and going through that process. And once that is done, you can easily integrate into the community community, into school, and there's no stigma attached to it. And now, obviously, going to the donor and saying, we want to slaughter goats as part of grant making, that did not really make sense to the donor, but the community and the program people knew that they could do anything and do all sorts of workshops and so on, but these girls will not be accepted or integrated. They have to go through that process. So this is one of the things that usually when we have these sessions, we project it because this is reality. And as a leader, what do you do? We have this donor that wants to support this kind of work. They want to end this victimization and stigmatization. But within the policies, it will be very difficult to justify slaughtering goats, right? So how do you go around that in terms of managing that? Do you just let the donor say, okay, because you don't have this, then we're not going to take your money, or you figure out ways in which you can do that? Spongy and Kabela from the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund talks highly about the way in which he went around some of these processes. And I just did an interview with him, which will be airing soon. It would be good at some point to just share it with colleagues on how to take decisions on matters like this. Because they might look like they are rigid in policies, but actually you've got room and you've got creativity around that, so that you actually end up changing the donors' thinking around some of those systems and structures. But they actually recognize that to deal with issues such as HIV and AIDS in communities, you have to be holistic in approach. You can't choose one intervention over the other. So if slaughtering of goats is one of the traditional ways of making people accept young girls, integrate them into schools, then that slaughtering of goats must go into the project description, including how it can be funded.
So the whole foundation is good to this co-funding. We just
You give co-funding and they can and we discuss You're not vegetarian.
Yeah. Your name? So on the post-it, write your name, because we'll come and map it here. We'll place them here. Just write your name. Yes, just your name. No, just where you think you orient from. Yeah. So overall, based on the conversation, based on that example, in life, where do you think you orient from? Not just on time management, but just from just what we've talked about, where do you think you orient from? Time management was just an example. No, it's not about time management. It's about, based on what my accident example, Becky's examples, where do you think your primary orientation is? So come post it here. Just, it's good for stretching our body. Sat down for too long. So if you think you orient in any, just place it where on the box. Yes, like that.
I'm clearly between two, if it's actively between two. So I'm just wondering if okay, yeah.
Put your primary. Yeah,
not,
it's both.
It's not.
That is, so tell me. You need to put your name.
Oh.
Between lower left, lower right. Oh, here. Okay.
Undecided.
Indecisive. Commit. In the middle. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. talking. Oh, it's full here. All four.
Intersection.
Between?
Everywhere. It's a mixed approach.
Okay. Okay. So point number 1. I've lost my class. No problem. Point number 1, because you can see people getting worried. Where do I sit? I toggle. Take it lightly. Take it lightly. It is just your way of saying, aha, this is why I orient from here. No wonder. It's all that. And Jackie is very happy with where she orients from. She loves it. Yes. So take it lightly. That's a point. It's just a way of understanding where do I orient from mostly. Yeah? I'll come to the secondary and list, because it can't be, you're not, as I said, you're not just one person, you're many things. Yeah, so this is just one lens. If you think about it, this is just one way of looking at yourself. There are many others. What does my gender say? What does my firstborn? I've coached so many firstborns. Immediately they finish speaking, I can tell you're a firstborn. You can just tell, are you a firstborn? Are you a middle? So there are many. You also have your middle part, you've gone through divorce, it builds something else, a different muscle. So this is one lens, if you think about it. So I'll go through how they speak and behave. What is the meaning of this? My gut says, the more I explore what matters to me, the more I feel I need to take charge of my life. So lots of reflection, lots of writing, creative expression. They're more creatives. It doesn't mean, you see, she drew her heart. So it doesn't mean the others are not creative and they don't have creative or they're not authentic. It's just that this group, this is how they live their life a lot of, naturally. They'll do all the others, but this one, they got it. You get it? Is that clear? So the next one, the ones who on a to-do list, what can I do? My colleague had to tell me, Christine, not everything. Stop asking a question. Even today, I had to tell myself, ask the question in where do I go to for help, rather than what can I do? My natural way of asking what can I do. So apparatus want to do, and they feel energized when they've done things. The to-do list, even exercising when the body is up, when they're up going and they're moving. So I have a sister who never goes to the gym. I'm the one who goes to look for things to do. So just our different ways of orienting. So writing to-do list, doing deliberate activities, noting that they have done, monitoring the body, how is it feeling, my knees, a lot of the physical and activity to be done. So how many were resonating from upper right? And I didn't ask this. Upper left? Okay. Okay, then lower left, I think I've talked about this. Our shared sense of team is great. It's very important, the sense of team. I feel better once they know and think what to do, and they behave in ways of being there for others as a source of inspiration, checking on everybody, contacting people, talking things over, making sure everybody's in the loop. If you're going on holiday, making sure everybody knows where they're going. Very good at collectively picking up. So how many lower left people thought they're in lower left? I was surprised at this based on how many of you had at time went to the team. So you see when you're reflecting again, so you all have only one at the back there, a lower left. Lower right is how does this all fit together? What's the big picture? A lot of research, a lot of policies, So in the party, let's go back to the party. Remember I said lower left, go shaking hands, everybody. Upper right will be the ones on the dance floor. They are the ones dancing to I love that song. You have the friend who pulls you to the dance floor. Let's go and dance. And you're wondering, the apparator will want to sit first and have a meaningful conversation. These ones will be on the dance floor. These ones will find the one person they want to talk to and sit and spend the whole evening with that. Even to dance, they'll go and dance to that. Oh, that's a nice song. It doesn't mean they won't dance. It doesn't mean they don't have the energy, but they are happy to also sit with that one. The lowerator you don't want to dance? The apparator will go and find somebody else, and they're the ones with the energy. Yeah. Now these last ones, the upper right, the lower right, are very attuned to, is that music right? Is the sound system right? Is the lighting okay? That DJ really... So how many resonate there? Yes? She did. Exactly. You see? So it doesn't mean it's wrong or partial. You can be there. Yes. So you can have a primary and you can have a secondary. So I'll be on the dance floor, but if the music is too loud or the lighting is wrong, and so Sarah is my colleague. Sarah says, wait for Christine. She'll sort out the room. Because the room has to be perfect for me. Are we okay? Are people seated okay? Will that person at the end there see? So somebody else, they're not, it doesn't even bother them a bit that the room is not set up properly. Yet you need all four. You can see that? You need good music, you need the lighting to work, you need the sound system okay, you need the person who will give you the energy to dance. You need all four. So in your teams, one, notice where you are, who you are in your organization, and even correlate that with what does your organization need at this time. We're going to stop what we're doing, think about ourselves and what my answer is, it was right, it was wrong, and listen. So I will just request you put your pens down, don't worry about your answer, whether it's right or wrong, and listen. And this is a practice of listening because we're going to have 10 things we need to listen to. And I just want one for each table. Does that make sense? Yeah, but listening is a practice because sometimes you want to talk to your neighbor, like my friend is doing. It's a practice to stop and really listen to what they're saying. And this is important because at the end of the day, you'll have a practice for yourself. What is the one thing I would like to shift or change or be in the next 6 months as a leader? Which quadrant can I use? And what did they say about Janet? Maybe that one about Janet can help me. So again, you listen from what they're saying, but also listen, this is what I'm hearing, and this, I could use that, or no, I can't use that. Does that make sense? So, yeah. So I'll type out as, maybe I get help for my expertise. If you type out for me, she'll have to sit here. Sit so that you can see. Time. Oh, lunch at 13:15. Okay. Pull your chair because you can see. Okay, let's go to. No, let's set up first. I'll tell you why. The screen is there. You can't sit here. That is where you need to sit and see the screen. I've shifted it a bit. Sawa? You ni sawa naelewa? We need to check them. Okay. All right, let's go.
Okay, so the first one we have is time alone to self-reflect.
Time alone to self-reflect. Yeah.
The second thing is when she's alone, she notices down the problem and come up with a solution.
To think through her problem and come up with a solution.
That one is accepting that there's a challenge.
Wow. Accepting there's a challenge. That's a huge one.
So that I don't repeat what has been said,
Yeah.
is acknowledging the feelings that she's going through a tough time.
acknowledging the feelings that she's going through a tough time. Is there another one you want to add? From there, we move on to the next quadrant. Yeah. Any other you'd like to add? Yeah, one more.
We have prioritizing of the family, the sick person, the work. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like an upper right thing, but good. Very good. Give them a round of applause. Those who are not here, let me ask who? Anthony. Does that sound like an easy to do thing? Not at all. So if you orient from there, it sounds like a very simple thing to do. But things like acknowledging the feelings that there's a tough time, I can tell you for me it was not impossible. There's no tough times, things to do. So fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, next group was doing the table after lower left. Okay.
You would talk to friends or family or the team?
Talk to friends or family or the team. Just one.
Maybe also to seek for external support, someone who can help to find solutions and handle the situation, and also managing expectations, because you cannot do everything by yourself.
Okay. Look for external support, somebody who can help and manage expectations. Next table.
I think for us, we are thinking of reflecting like who among the team is best able to handle this. Who is that good person at doing reports? And giving the support that person to do it within the time frame.
Fantastic. Find somebody to do, to help with the proposal writing.
We talked about discussing with the team and also discussing with the family so that you're able to divide and delegate the work.
Fantastic. Discuss with the team and discuss with the family. Is that the end of lower left? Were you lower left? Okay. Fantastic. Makes sense. Certainly not easy for anybody. Let me see who is lower. Not all of you. Mariam. Yes. Does that sound easy? No, but necessary. Okay, good. Next is upper right.
Yeah, so we discuss and we say that we will prioritize because we are the doers.
Prioritize, very good.
After prioritization, we went ahead and did the job.
Go and do it.
Get the proposal done.
Just do it.
Okay, in the same line after prioritizing, we gave the activities to the project team leader and consult me only when needed. Flex hours so that I can take care of the sick at home and focus on the proposal.
Focus on the proposal. Okay, very good. Oh, I didn't clap for the other group. Please give a round of applause for the lower left, and then another one for the upper righters. Okay, lower right.
And that was one of our delegation, and look for the HR policies and dig out our flexi time and off time of possibilities, and or elevate the issues, especially in the workplace, to the leadership or governance, and ask how they can devise support systems for this matter.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and also map out what the problems are, map out what the big questions are, but then also in thinking about how to delegate, ensure that the delegation is to the best possible person who can handle that task, and providing big picture guidance. To share the big picture so they understand where things are fitting.
Yeah, perfect. Table at the back.
We said she has to delegate the less important, like the community activity, to someone else, but she has to do the proposal herself. But she can also delegate to somebody else to help with the research on the funding organization.
Okay. Round of applause to the... So, make sense? So your homework, because every teacher has to give you homework, is Becky shared some reading material. You'll get it. Your homework is to choose what you're going to read going forward. But in the evening, now there's a yacht ride, but in the evening, consider what is the one thing I would like to work on. What's the one area I would like to work on? And these are practices. It doesn't get us, it doesn't change from this. Remember I told that lady sit up straight. It's as simple as that. It is, where do I need to look for help to do this? I never look for help. When my husband was unwell, they asked me when I was almost collapsing, have you talked to the family? You know, I looked at them and wondered, family, which family? Really? It had never occurred to me that family could support. So that's why I asked the other part, does it sound, it's not easy, it's a practice. So your homework, please write it down. 1, think of the one area as a leader I would like to grow at because of the, actually think of the one thing I would like to, I don't call it a problem, challenge. And I like how they call it in Man Valley, a problem is a project to be achieved. So think of the problem and then write the project I would like to achieve. The problem that's really disturbing me right now is this. I would really like to resolve it. It's really driving me crazy. So your homework is to think what that problem is, which you will turn into a project to be achieved. Are we together? So number 1, the problem. That's your homework. Number 1 is just consider the problem. And number 2, looking at the quadrants. I'll actually get you a printout of that page that shows you the power of each quadrant. Which quadrant do I need to grow up? Which is the one that will help me with? So when I got that help, it just, it really relieved me. So it could be personal, it could be, choose the one. It could be personal, organizational. Somebody one time wanted to sort out their board because their board had a hitch. That was the one thing that was disturbing her. Somebody else wanted to find a partner. That was the one thing. And that one who wanted a partner, I know I have to close, made a strategy. Her strategy was to date 40 men by her age 40. And she became vulnerable. She told her friends, this is my strategy. Honestly, I have to get a partner by when I'm 40. So by 40, I want to have a partner. So send me those who you think are eligible. She reached number 7, and she's still with her partner. Everything is intention. So think of the problem or the issue, and then pick which quadrant do I need to practice on so that I can resolve my challenge. Okay? So it's time for lunch now. I won't pick any point. Go and discuss it at lunchtime so that you have something to have lunch conversation with, just in the interest of time. And then we'll do resource mobilization in the afternoon. Yeah, are we good? Yes. Good. I see happy faces.
Okay, so that's what normally happens in organizations. Somebody is responsible for raising money and resources. Others then say, my responsibility is to manage it. And then others say, my responsibility is to spend it, right? But it's not, sorry?
I wanted to add that some, it is not on the job description, but
Sorry.
it comes and you just do it.
Oh, okay, so it's imposed on you?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not part of your job description. So when it's assessment time, the CEO or the board does not then say, oh, but let's look at your fundraising performance. No. Now, let me tell you what I did. When I was CEO of the Southern Africa Trust, one of my issues around that was to make sure that as part of my contract and as part of my package, I had a sliding scale, depending on how much money I raise. Right? So my salary was basic, but I negotiated a performance bonus based on how much money I raise. So that when it's time for assessment, I'm also assessed on that pillar, which you are saying at times is imposed on you, but it's not part of assessment. Anyway, this was just to welcome you back. So what we're going to do here, we're going to quickly go through some of the techniques and principles on fundraising, but also read it to mean resource mobilization. I know that some of you might be sitting on the side of donors, and therefore you might be very familiar with how you are approached and how you then respond in terms of people looking for resources. But some of you are sitting on the other end, where you need to know how to approach different donors, and each donor will have a different approach and a different identity, and so techniques will vary from one donor to the other, or from one set of donors to others. So I think that a lot of this you already know, but it's really about how we frame it, but also how we practicalize some of the principles. So what we're going to do, we're going to touch a couple of issues. So the first is just to make sure that we understand the fundraising landscape or the resource mobilization landscape. How does it look like globally, but also in the continent? Secondly is to understand the principles and the techniques, as well as the drivers when it comes to raising resources. Or let me say also, we normally say, and this in practice, so I've been both on the side of people who do grant making, but I also fundraise myself. So the techniques that I'm going to be talking about, I put them into use. Some I succeed, others I don't, and if I don't, then I come back and ask the questions why. But one of the techniques that I know works for me is that to raise money, to raise funds, you must first raise friends. Friend raising leads to fundraising. It sounds very literal, but actually, those that have been involved in fundraising or resource mobilization will tell you that it comes down to questions of interpersonal trust, competence trust, but also the extent to which you have a network that opens opportunities and doors for you, right? So I know I'm preaching to the converted, but let's start there. That to raise resources, you must first raise friends. Friend raising leads to fundraising. How you define friends is another story. But read friends to mean you need to have people who have influence in their spheres of operation, who can help you unlock doors when it comes to opportunities or even funding requirements. And this could be, you can get to that through technical competence, networking, quality products that you put out there in the market, but also, like I'm saying, interpersonal trust. So some of these techniques will become handy as we go along. But also, are you able to plan, design, and implement a resource mobilization framework with processes, with systems, with tools, with templates? We will get through some of these things because we take them for granted. But without a good system in place, your fundraising approach is likely to be ad hoc and not based on science and art. Fundraising is both a science and an art, right? And we'll explain why it is both a science and an art. But also, we want to make sure that at the end of the module, you are aware that there's a lot of attention that goes into research in terms of prospecting, in terms of identifying your donor base, in terms of knowing the trends that each of your donors are either aligned to, inclined to, or where they are going. Generally, do you have intelligence about the donors that you are working with or the donor landscape in general? And after you are focusing specifically to individual donors, what do you know about them? What is their strategy? Where are they going? Where are they likely to be? Is the timing right for you to approach a donor? We'll get to the 6 rights. One of them is the right time. When do you approach a donor? Is the timing right? Right? And then, of course, you should be in a position to develop a fundraising plan. Here I'm talking about those that go seeking for funding, because I'm told in the room there are those that actually don't go out seeking for funding because they are funders themselves, right? But it's important to also understand the perspective of the grantees, those that come to you. They will have developed a fundraising plan, and what is that plan telling them? They end up in your own offices because they've identified you as a potential donor. And then there's something that we call a case for support. We'll get to this as well. This is something very brief and to the point. In other words, this is your value proposition. This is your value proposition. If we're in the market, we'll be saying, what are you selling? You should be able to sell your product as quickly as possible. Why is your product better than mine? Why must I buy your product and not hers? What is it that distinguishes it from the other? So there will be several products in the market. Others sell much better than others, right? So you should consider yourselves, if you are seeking for grants, as products. And then you consider donors as those that are waiting to buy. Why should they choose your product over the other product if the products are more or less the same? Civil society offers different things, but technically we are all civil society. So why you? Because you could be 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 working in the same space in health, for example, and you are all looking for funding. You end up in the same office, in the same donor, you're looking for funding. And the donor has capacity to finance not everyone. They will have to make decisions. Why you and not the other, right? So that's the case for support, and we'll talk about that. Okay, so I'm going to cover these areas, the cube, the fundraising cycle, the donor landscape, as well as what I've just described as the 6 rights. So in fundraising, we always want to start with the cube. And the cube are issues that you need to have in place so that your infrastructure for fundraising is solid. So the first one is management. And I think in the morning, we've kind of covered a lot of things that might be referred to as management. But here, for your fundraising to take off effectively, but also efficiently, you need to have management systems in place. And this could be financial management, for example. When you receive the funding, how do you manage the finance? Do you have effective financial systems in place? One of the things that donors would want to be satisfied about is that there are no leakages in the system. So from a financial management point of view, you want to make sure that your institution is ready and can demonstrate its readiness when it comes to issues of financial management. But it could also be people management, right? Of course, at times we don't think there's a relationship or any link between fundraising and your human resource management. But it just takes one incident in an organization to just damage the entire credibility of an organization. A couple of years back, not even so long ago, in South Africa, there was an issue of sexual harassment in civil society organizations, right? And of course, a lot of times these issues will not come up because they are suppressed and all of it. But the movement came up and then they were brought onto the open. And that affected a lot of civil society organizations whose male leaders had been accused of sexual harassment. And as a result, donors would stop funding because they want to understand what's going on here. You know, donors don't want to be complicit, and so they have to deal with that issue. And it affects not just the person who is at the helm of the institution, it affects the programs, but it also affects your relationships with your partners and everyone that depends on your programs. So there's a ripple effect when it comes to issues around management. And I'm just choosing examples of issues that from a management point of view, you need to have your institution ready to deal with whatever resources you're asking for, because there's a relationship between all of these things. But it could also be management from the point of view of your partnerships, right? It could be management from the point of view of your partnerships. How many partners do you engage with? Why do you engage with them? What value do they bring? Are they bringing credibility, or are they likely to, in many ways, tarnish your image, right? If anything happens to your partner, it's not happening to you, but it's a bad thing happening to your partner, it's got an effect on you as an organization. So stakeholder management is also very, very important when it comes to fundraising. Increasingly, we also know that some donors prefer consortium arrangements, right? How do you manage consortia? How do you manage different interests where funding is pulled together? Who takes the lead when it comes to joint proposal writing and donor applications and all of that? All these things are very important, because at the end of the day, you don't want a small thing like managing stakeholders in a consortia leading to you not getting funding because you are spending too much time dealing with conflicts, resolving internal problems when there is a program to be implemented out there. So there's a lot that we can talk about management there. But the second one, like I said, is institutional readiness. Is your institution ready from all points of view to receive this funding? It comes down to what we call absorptive capacity. Is your institution ready to actually receive funding? You can go out fundraising, that's one thing. It's another now to then say, we are ready to receive the funding. Are your systems ready? Do you have adequate policies in-house? Do you have adequate personnel to implement the program? Are you able to report on it, and so forth and so on? Is your governance and all of that? So all this is important when you set out to say you want to raise resources. And then, of course, the other is the markets. In other words, here we're talking about, if you're thinking about raising resources, do some landscaping of the various markets that are available for you as an institution. So you have all sort of donors, whether in the corporate sector, in foundations, individuals, bilateral, multilateral, etc., etc., etc. That's your market. Now, you take your organization, its values, its interest, and match them against the donors that you think are in a position to support your work. Not all those donors might want to support your work or are even necessarily to be your donors. So not all donors ought to be your donors. You have to do an exercise around affordability, interest, values, etc., etc. And then once you have done that, you can talk about your donor market. What does your donor market look like? I know very few of us do that. We respond to calls. When we see calls, we respond, we write. We spend a lot of time responding to calls. If I were to ask you to then do an exercise on return on investment, you realize that the amount of time you spend responding to calls is very, very expensive compared to what you get at the end of the day, right? So again, knowing your donor market, aligning your donor interests with your request in terms of affordability, in terms of access, in terms of interest, is very important in fundraising. And we are going to talk about this briefly as we get further down the line. And then the vehicles. Here we're talking about instruments that you have in place to receive the funding or the resources that you are looking for. So of course, grant making is just one instrument. Grant making is one instrument. You can receive a grant from, let's say, one foundation. But there are other instruments, there are other vehicles that you can also utilize to receive funding. So how many vehicles do you have in an organization? If you did not receive grants, what else would you utilize to receive support to champion your work? Some people would prefer direct sponsorship. A lot of high net worth individuals don't want to give to a third party. They want to fund directly so that they avoid the transactions that are associated to the third party. So if you went to a high net worth individual and you wanted to do a conference which they have an interest in, they might say, fine, but we are going to pay service providers directly. That's not a grant, right? And there are many other vehicles that I think in your institutions you should also develop. In fact, as I speak, just think about what some of these things look like in your organization. So what are the other vehicles that you have other than a grant? Do you have investments? Do you have collaborations? Do you have systems that allow for direct payments? Do you have sponsorships? Do you have scholarships if you are in education, etc., etc.? So those are the vehicles. And then, of course, we've spoken about human resources. And then the last part is really about dynamic functions. I mean, I think the whole morning we're talking about how creative and innovative we need to be as an organization. So internally, also look at some of the functions that you can easily say to a donor, we are actually a very dynamic organization, and this is what we do, right? And then, of course, there's a difference between, development, especially from a philanthropic point of view. I want to say this because when we get deeper into issues of nurturing and talking about donor retention, stewardship, you have almost to get the donor or whoever it is that you are working with to understand that you want them to, you almost want your values and their values to be aligned. You want them to be on a journey with you towards a particular cause that you want to solve. Giving of time is also a huge component when it comes to resource mobilization. But there's also giving or donation of their wealth. And donating their wealth here means a lot of things. It could be donation of money, it could be donation of the estate. We'll talk about some of the instruments around estate planning. We'll talk around issues of major gifts and so forth. So it just doesn't come down to money. It's donation of wealth. And at times people donate buildings, they donate land, they donate so many things. And you can then monetize that as an institution, right? So donation of their wealth is a good expression of them also aligning their values with yours. But there's also donation of their voice, advocacy, right? Here, you would have taken them beyond just giving money, but you are now asking them to give money and advocate on your behalf, right? They're advocating on your behalf. In other words, it means they've just gone past the idea of just giving you money, but they now believe that they have the rightful voice and they've got the power and influence to help you achieve your goals. Okay, and then in fundraising, we obviously say it's important for you to have a fundraising cycle. Please stop me whenever you want to ask a question because we don't have much time. So we have something called a fundraising cycle. How many of you have this in their institutions? Can I see by show of hands, how many of you have got a fundraising cycle? Something closer to it, let's see.
It exists, we didn't know it's called a cycle.
You do have it, but you didn't call it a cycle. Moses?
No, what I was saying that, yeah, we have something like that, but perhaps not even things like that.
Okay.
Not even code that. And when you get the different pieces.
Yeah, it comes down to this. Okay.
But I love that I'm here. I just wanted to ask a question. I mean, you say the first point was about, making friends, getting friends. Then the friends that lead you to the resources. And I was actually thinking and saying, yeah, but how do you make friends? Because there are some people who want to make me their friend and I don't want to be. So what that means, actually for me, I think the idea is the first one. Because I want to associate with people who are exuding ideas And when you have the idea, chances are that the money will follow the idea. Because, I mean, getting a friend when your ideas are in short supply, definitely you'll struggle to get friends. So I want to think that the first thing is, as an organization, as individuals, to be able to ideate and you have this, then you can actually be able to make friends.
Yeah. So thanks so much for that. So my use of the word friends is to mean you must have champions. I don't literally mean Jack is my friend, therefore this must follow. I'm talking about people who can champion your work. You need to have people who can champion, who can relate, and that's why I was taking you through that journey of converting somebody from just wanting to give you money, but to donating time, donating their voice. So by friends, I'm talking about people who are in your corner, people who support your work, people who can refer you to others, people who can actually talk on your behalf. It's very important to have those people. So we are in agreement that you need to build champions. We are in agreement. You need to build champions in either the donor world or wherever. But the problem then is when you have built those champions, because the sector is also very small, those champions then are the ones that get to be followed by donors. That's the problem. But that's something that we can sort internally in terms of our own institutions and our relationships with donors in terms of exit strategies, succession planning, and all of those. And we are going to be talking about that, I think, sometime tomorrow. So I think that can be handled. But the principle is you need to have a trust-based relationship with those that you are seeking funding from.
No, absolutely, and I think one of the things in philanthropy that goes wrong is that we over-personalize.
Yeah.
Nobody should ever fund you because they like you, they think you're sexy, they think you're smart or something. It really needs to be on the basis of the fact that your work is going to contribute to what we both agree is a mission that we believe in. And I think oftentimes in this universe, it's over-personalized, and that actually becomes dangerous. It's a dangerous space. It can easily become abusive. It can easily become overly biased, and so that's a problem. So I appreciate your clarification about trust. And because the other thing to remember is that also as you're doing this, donors are also doing it. And so, and news travels fast. So your misdeeds are known. So the trust issue is serious because the idea is it's a large amount of money that is meant to be going to good.
Yeah.
And so the idea is it possible to invest in a mechanism that will indeed turn the resources into good? That's really what the question is. So I think it's that. And so I feel like integrity is central to this. Even in real friendship, integrity is central, right? You're friends with somebody not because of what they can give you or what they symbolize for you, but because you trust each other and deeply respect each other. And there's an integrity in that. You're honest with each other, and that to me is what is.
Yeah.
And so then it addresses that issue of when people leave.
Yeah.
If donors understand that there's leadership in an organization, but the organization itself is competent, there's always far less worry about what happens if they go. So yeah, it's just that depersonalizing and really thinking, as Becky's saying, about the principle of it and making sure that we build that.
Yeah. Great. So I'm glad that the issue of friends is resolved because I don't want it to be taken literally. I'm talking about champions and people that develop trust. Okay.
Yeah, the clarification on the friends is clear, but then there's also an issue around trust. Because one of the things that we're getting to challenge, especially those who have money, is to have a higher appetite for risk. And that essentially means that you would have to do things outside business as usual. You are giving money to groups in chaos, those who organize differently, those who may not even have institutional readiness. You're trying to do something different. Because if you tick off the tubes, then you are the traditional type of donor. And we're actually saying, is there a way you can be the donor who is willing to take risk? Be able to give money to those organizations that may not necessarily pass the litmus test of they have this, they have this, they have that. Because that is it's quite important to be able to harvest the dividends of these groups that organize quite differently. And I mean, just on the point of institutional readiness, I mean, for instance, I'm a beneficiary of a Build grant from Ford. I think if Ford was looking for purely institutional readiness, then it would defeat the DNA and the character and the nature of a Build grant. Because the Build grant is intended to build my institutional health, to build my institutional readiness for other donors. So I think something that really say, look, we know you are not an NGO, we know you don't have systems in place, but we need to work with you so that you can be that organization that go to.
Yeah.
As opposed, So I think the competence trust is important, trust is important, but on the other side, if you have resources, are you willing to take risk with some of these groups that may not necessarily be the business as usual?
Yeah. Thanks, Moses. The reality is you have to know your market. Map out the different types of donors, typologies of donors. For example, when it comes to the issue of risk-taking, which of the donors are risk-takers and are they in your space? The issue of institutional readiness is a very important one because, trust me, the Ford Foundation did not start the build the same time it started funding. This is a recent phenomenon. And the reason why it's a recent phenomenon is because it was found that a lot of institutions struggle with these issues. And therefore, to be progressive, they came up with the build program, right? But ideally, institutions should not find themselves in situations where donors have to spend on the build, for example. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's a great idea. I was actually a beneficiary myself when I was at the trust. It's a great idea. But ideally, we should be thriving towards being enhanced to be fitter enough for the program which is outside, right? And so even with the build program, there should be a certain point where you graduate and say, now we are institutionally ready, right? That's the idea. I think it's over a 10-year period. That over a 10-year period, you should be ready to be effective and be able to do the work out there. So I think it's an intervention that was developed to address a problem that in the beginning was never anticipated perhaps. But now that is there, it has to be addressed. But ideally, we should all be thriving towards being effective vehicles for the problems that we are trying to solve out there. That's what this is really about. Are you fit for purpose? If your mission is to do something out, because remember the mission and vision is something that you are trying to solve out there. And then the institution is the vehicle that you are using. So you must be fit for purpose. Otherwise, then there's a mismatch between the problem and the instrument. There's a mismatch between the vehicle and the load, right? There you are. Yeah. So maybe can we go through this so that we can, because some of the stuff that you're already asking is part of the presentation. Can we go there and then we can talk about that in terms of the issue of how do you democratize fundraising? So, but again, I'm not really stifling your question because I think there's a session further down where I want to talk about that. But here, the idea here is mainly for your own planning purposes, right? It's for your own planning purposes. You don't have to take it as it is. It's not supposed to be have it or you don't. No, this is for your own internal planning purposes. You want to organize yourself in an effective manner. But you also want to organize yourself in such a way that you know how to deploy resources. Remember, fundraising costs a lot of resources, right? It's a lot of resources from time, from the skills that you require, and from the travels that you might need to undertake, etc., etc. So you need this to have an understanding of what exactly you are getting yourself into. So the first thing is, do you have a case? Do you have a case that you are saying, I'm taking out to the market to look for resources? So what are your needs? You might have a case, but within that case, what are your needs? Be clear about what your needs are, because at times we go to look for funding, and then when we are asked, but what are your needs, we begin to struggle to articulate what the needs are, right? It's one thing to say we want funding for this big project, but within that big project, what are the specific needs for that specific donor that you would have approached? Because not everything, well, let me put it this way, donors might be in a position to fund the entire project. Other donors might just want to fund something that is specific to their own interest or to their own strategy. So from your own perspective as the person going out looking for fundraising, you have to be very clear what you are looking for from this particular donor, right? And then you have to define your objectives. This is straightforward. I don't think we should get there. But how do you get your board involved? How do you get your board involved in this? I know in most organizations, the board might come at the end to just sign the grant. That used to happen in my organization. I would do everything internally, and then when it's time to sign the grant, I would then call the chairperson to sign. But I'm saying you can do it differently. You can actually involve the board from the very beginning in terms of the thinking, in terms of the ideas, but also in terms of the missions that you might end up undertaking. The board is one of the most important components of your organization. In the US, for example, board members actually give to the organization. They give to the organization because they have to demonstrate that they believe in the mission of the organization. By the time they go to others to ask for money, they can actually say, we, the custodians of this organization, believe in our mission and we have given this much, right? But that's not the case in most of our institutions. Our board members don't give to our institutions. We must ask them to give, right? Evans? Things are changing. But for other things, for example, some of them have got influence in their spheres of operation. Some of them sit on areas where they can easily leverage resources of different kinds. And so you need to do a mapping of what each board member is bringing to the table. You need to have that map yourself as the CEO of the organization.
Very quickly, because I know you want to conclude, but we spoke before about how in some circumstances board members give to the organization. It does not have to be monetary.
Yeah.
And this goes hand in hand with the role of the board member. What is the role of a board member, of any board member? What is the role of the chair? Who is the chair of the board? And I think one of the really key roles that board members play is the ability, being able to open doors. You need to have board members that can open doors.
Yeah.
You also need to have board members that can, at the policy level, at the highest level, be able to support the organization. And I agree with you, the commitment of especially the chair of the board to the mission and vision of the organization is extremely important.
Yeah.
Because then that drives everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I forgot to say the other thing to deal with Moses is that you must have a policy of declaration of conflict of interest. So that, you don't have to deal with this issue that if they are coming here, they might take, even your donors. I mean, I had situations in my institution previously where, you'll sit in board meetings, you are discussing, the donors are supposed to come to support you, and so then the next thing you go to present a report to the donor and you are told, oh, your board member was here asking for funding for this thing, and so on. And I go, wait a minute, how did this happen? Not that you can stop them, but if they are coming, they are going to ask for almost something similar to what you are doing, then there's a bit of a problem. So declaration of conflict of interest is important. In the beginning of the year, you review it midway and also at the end of the year. But every board meeting, they must also declare. Every board meeting, they must also declare so that they are not conflicted by any issue that is up for discussion. So those systems must be in place and you must enforce them as the CEO. It's hard, but you must enforce them, because if you don't, you have a problem. Let me give you an example. I joined this organization, my first board meeting, there was a very vexing issue on the table. We start the meeting at 9 o'clock. We get to that issue, the chairperson says, oh, by the way, over breakfast we discussed on this issue and this is what we agreed on. Then I say, okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. The board meeting, for minuting purposes, the board meeting started at 9 o'clock. Do you mind tabling this issue again so that we can record it officially? He tabled the issue again, and then he asked the people that were at breakfast with him. And those colleagues changed the tune. They changed because now it's being minuted. Right? That's the power of having functional systems in place. Because if you don't have that, they can easily just say, we discussed this at breakfast. But not all board members were there, by the way. They might have been the majority, but not all board members were there. So it's important to have a very effective and functional board. And one function, and this is the most difficult part for a CEO, is to make sure that boards are effective and you have to enforce it. If it means you and the chairperson are going to be in a tug of whatever for the time that you are CEO, then you have to contend with that, right? Anyway, the other important things here is that you also need to do your fundraising plan. You must cost it. You must identify what resources are needed, both from the perspective of human, technical, financial, and so forth and so on. You need to have that. And you also need to have a communications plan, because all of this comes down to issues of visibility as well, issues of communicating impact, and so forth. Then you get to a point where you then activate your players. But between that activation and all of that, I'm assuming there's a word that we call cultivation. You are cultivating your prospective donors. So you have to cultivate, and so that's why we talk about activate players there. It means now everything is ready to go, and you start your cultivation. And cultivation can take years and years. Yeah, it doesn't have to happen overnight. You cultivate, and then you solicit, which is a different story altogether from cultivation. Solicitation is now when you are making the ask. Again, there's a science and an art around that. Who makes the ask? It doesn't follow that it should be the CEO. It doesn't follow that it should be the board. It could be any other person who has got access and is trusted and has got gravitas, right? And then the stewardship. How do you retain the donor? Most people say to me, we received funding from this donor and they stopped 2-3 years ago. Then you ask them, why did they stop? Oh, they just stopped. So no, there's a reason why they stopped. You must know why they stopped. They might have stopped because of the economic performance. Maybe their resources have gone down, or change of strategy. Or they might have stopped because of you. So obviously, here I'm just going to be very, very quick. What does the donor landscape look like in the continent and even globally? When you're thinking about donors, you're obviously thinking about this set of typologies. One is foundations. All sorts of foundations. We have family foundations, operating foundations, local and international foundations, corporate foundations. All of them, they've been created to give something back to society. All of them, they've been created to give something back to society. It all comes down to whether their strategies, their areas of interest are aligned with yours, right? And whether or not you are approaching them at a time when they are ready and available and they can afford to support your work. So you can do, what I always suggest is that in your organization, have a database of all foundations that are supporting in your area, right? Have a database of all foundations that are supporting in your area. Have somebody whose function is to continually update that database and keep you, as the CEO, knowledgeable about what's happening in each of those institutions. Because there are changes that happen, and some of them have got huge implications on your work, right? You have to keep track of that. And then, obviously, some of your work might lend itself to bilaterals, bilateral funding. And so many civil society groups end up being funded by DFID, USAID, among others. Again, you need to keep track with that. Have another list also. So you can even just use one Excel sheet with different tabs. One is foundations, the other is bilaterals, multilaterals, and all of that. And in that, you actually show a lot of things there. One is, what are their focus areas? What are the sizes of grants that they give? What are the instruments that they use? For how long? Contact person, whatever. Just have that information so that anytime you need something, you just go to your database. And for those that can afford, you can even digitize it. It makes your life much, much easier. And then you have multilaterals, corporates, high net worth individuals. The projections are that African high net worth individuals are going to overtake all the regions by 2030. All the regions. So that means there's something about our high net worth individuals that is likely to either unlock our challenges or add to the challenges that we have. Because right now, my understanding is there are 3 people in the continent whose wealth is equivalent to half the population of the continent. 3. There are 3 people. There are 3 people. But the projections are that these people are going to increase in numbers. And we have done an analysis at CAPSI. I have other slides which I can show you about where these people are located, in which cities, how much they are worth, where to find them when you need them, what shops they buy from, and what restaurant they eat from. Right? We have done that, right? We have done that exercise because it's important for us to know what are the interests that drive them, right? What is it that they spend their money on, other than philanthropy, if they do? But also, where did they go to school and all those things? That information is very important for us in terms of our strategies on approaching them. Oh, okay.
I don't know whether this is unique to Uganda, but in Uganda, the high net worth individuals that we have in a few who are rich would be oftentimes connected to the government. And if you're an organization who is, working in garbage collection, working with orphans or building schools, maybe they give you some money for visibility. But the kind of work that many of us do of governance and democracy influencing, you are directly, putting to task the government. Why is this not there? And then they are connected. So many of these, as I said, they are interwoven and almost committing incest. Such that you can't really think that you would actually be looking at high net worth individuals to support your kind of work. Yeah. Now, the other challenge that we do have also in the country is that the Swahili civic space is for donors as it is for the sector. And so right now, if you look at the case of Uganda, that all bilaterals literally cannot fund the sector. And so while the sector is trying to be creative in ways of getting resources from the bilaterals on the other side have also got to be creative and innovative of how to pass on resources to the sector. Yeah. So I think it's a point of 2 people falling in love, the sector and the donor. And I think we are both interested because we have a convergence of our outcomes and our results. So the people who have money, that money needs to be deployed. And if you are to deploy it in Uganda, then you have to be creative and innovative. You're actually tended to look out. While on the other side, as a sector, we also have to be creative and look out for the donors. Yeah. So those who we can actually work with, comfortably are foundations because they are based out of the country. Because the bilaterals, multilaterals, high net worth individuals, even to an extent the PPPs, they are connected at the hip with the government. Yeah. And the government looks at the sector through a security lens, through that you are not doing good, and so you must be killed as soon as possible. Yeah. So I have been in civil society
for quite some time now. And I can tell you now that what you are describing is probably similar in other countries. Ethiopia had something similar and all of that. But here's the reality. The reality is that civil society is defined to include even those who are closer to the government. So there is a sector within civil society that can argue that they are actually getting funding. There is a particular sector within civil society, because in civil society you have to accept that it's a broad church. And within that broad church, you've got others that could be working directly and cooperating with the government. And there are others who might have issues working and getting funding from those who are related to government. And government might also react differently to those that support it and to those that don't support it. So, and then there's obviously the issues of blended finance and some of the institutions that are beginning to look inwards and developing their own internal resource mobilization strategy. And I've given an example of SADC, the regional economic community, that because of the declining resources from overseas development assistance and from international cooperating partners like your EUs and others, governments are also beginning to worry about their own survival, their own resources. They don't have enough to invest back to their citizens. So what do? They are looking to raise resources internally. And that means now raising resources from the private sector, from philanthropies, but also creating partnerships with civil society and others. So the competition for resources then becomes even much, much stiffer, because you are now competing with governments. And in a situation like yours, where you're talking about the close relationship between business and politics, then it means that government will likely get more funding from business people than civil society would do. But we need to have this analysis to know where the fundraising landscape is going. So currently in most countries, this is the reality. Governments are competing with you, and they have an upper end, by fire or by force. Right? Okay, so, but this is where I think the gentleman was saying, how do we create alternative avenues for democratizing the fundraising space, so that not one sector of donors has got power, but you've got several options that you can choose from. But each organization has to make its own decisions around who are their donors. In fact, I wanted to say, Moses, that not all high net worth individuals are donors or philanthropists. Not all of them, right? And most are not, basically. So again, even in your selection of donors, high net worth individuals, you have to make conscious decisions around those that mirror your values, those that can champion your work, those that are likely not to taint the credibility of your organization. So not all donors are your donors. I don't know if I'm putting it in the right language. Not all donors are your donors. My donor may not necessarily be your donor. Right? Okay. Okay, so these are the 6 things that I want us to take home. So the first is that fundraising depends on some of these 6 things. There could be more. But the first is that fundraising is the right person asking the right prospective donor for the right gift, for the right program, at the right time, in the right way. We are going to take each of these one by one, the 6 rights. So the first one is the right person. Here we're talking about who are the personnel, the players that ought to be involved in the fundraising process of an organization. So we spoke about the board. So the board is the first. You need the board for multiple functions. One is for their fiduciary functions. The organization has to be credible, strong, effective, but you can do so by having a very effective governing body. But you also need board members, like we said, as ambassadors for your organization. You need board members to give of their time, of their money. You need board members to leverage opportunities that they come across. you also need board members to accompany you occasionally as the director or CEO to fundraising missions. Very important to have a board that is available to accompany you for major fundraising missions. If you go with a board person, a board chairperson, whoever it is, you must strive to at least get that. It may not be exactly 10%, but at least the principle. And then the next layer of your classification is, of all my donors, I need 20% from 20% of my donors. So that means you have 30% donors giving you 80% of your needs or of your budget. And then the remaining 70% of your donors in the donor base give you 20% of your needs. So you can now start thinking about management of time, resources, and you see also how you can spend your time as the CEO, how you can delegate some functions to your program directors and others, and where to do mass communication, but also where to do tailor-made communication. Your 10% and 20% is your ultimate responsibility. You not only do you email, you also call, you also visit, right? But your 70%, you have a bit of leeway to delegate, but also to do communication that at times could be mass communication. That's where you can do your events, you can do, crowdsourcing and all that. But these 10 and 20% is really like face-to-face, person-to-person, because those are the people that give you the bulk of your funding. And for reporting purposes, it also makes it much easier than having to report to 70% of donors, but all of them require. Remember, the amount of money is not the issue, because the same diligence that is required for 100,000, 1 million is the same diligence that is required for even a $10,000, $5,000 grant. So in terms of managing your time, reporting and all of that, this formula also helps. But the formula also helps you in terms of upgrading and graduating your donors from 70% to the 20%, from the 20% to the 10%, and then from 10% potentially to lifetime givers for your organization. So that's the right person. But the right person also could be outside your staff members, right? The right person could also be outside your staff members. So when we say who is potentially available to fund us, it could be that we don't know that person, but one of our donors know that person. So your donor could potentially be the right person to help you do fundraising, to open doors for you, and so forth. It could be colleagues to your staff members. It could be colleagues to your board. It could be people who have attended your program. Later on, I'm going to present what we call a constituency model. So the constituency model is where you actually choose. In fact, let me just go there now. It's where you choose the right person. So I just need to cover this and then come back. Okay. So this was developed by a guy called Rosso at the Lilly School of Philanthropy. And what this does is to help you in your organization to map out your own universe. What does your universe look like? And this helps you to answer the 6 rights. So the first one is the right person. Firstly, you have to look in the inner circle. Your organization has a board, it's got management, and it's got its major donors. That you have. The question that I could be asking is, what relationship do you have with them? Especially the CEOs. Because your relationship with each of those is very different, but you need to have that relationship. The second is to look into, so within your management, your board, your major donors, your staff, you can choose who the right person is to assist with your fundraising needs. But you also have to look at the second circle there. Some of your institutions have got volunteers. Of the volunteers that you have engaged, previous and current, are there some that you think you can utilize for your fundraising needs, either to open doors or to make the ask or to do a write-up? There are so many functions that they can play. Are there any you you draw from that. From your employees, from your other donors. Some of you are membership based, from your members. Who from your members is likely to be your champion, or is likely to be the person that you say, we want to approach that donor, but only that member has the access and the capacity to help us do that. You must strive to at least get that. It may not be exactly 10%, but at least the principle. And then the next layer of your classification is, of all my donors, I need 20% from 20% of my donors. So that means you have 30% donors giving you 80% of your needs or of your budget. And then the remaining 70% of your donors in the donor base give you 20% of your needs. So you can now start thinking about management of time, resources, and you see also how you can spend your time as the CEO, how you can delegate some functions to your program directors and others, and where to do mass communication, but also where to do tailor-made communication. Your 10% and 20% is your ultimate responsibility. You not only do you email, you also call, you also visit, right? But your 70%, you have a bit of leeway to delegate, but also to do communication that at times could be mass communication. That's where you can do your events, you can do crowdsourcing and all that. But these 10 and 20% is really like face-to-face, person-to-person, because those are the people that give you the bulk of your funding. And for reporting purposes, it also makes it much, much easier than having to report to 70% of donors, but all of them require. Remember, the amount of money is not the issue, because the same diligence that is required for 100,000, 1 million is the same diligence that you must require for even a $10,000, $5,000 grant. So in terms of managing your time, reporting and all of that, this formula also helps. But the formula also helps you in terms of upgrading and graduating your donors from 70% to the 20%, from the 20% to the 10%, and then from 10% potentially to lifetime givers for your organization. So that's the right person. But the right person also could be outside your staff members, right? The right person could also be outside your staff members. So when we say who is potentially available to fund us, it could be that we don't know that person, but one of our donors know that person. So your donor could potentially be the right person to help you do fundraising, to open doors for you, and so forth. It could be colleagues to your staff members. It could be colleagues to your board. It could be people who have attended your program. Later on, I'm going to present what we call a constituency model. So the constituency model is where you actually choose. In fact, let me just go there now. It's where you choose the right person. So I just need to cover this and then come back. Okay. So this was developed by a guy called Rosso at the Lilly School of Philanthropy. And what this does is to help you in your organization to map out your own universe. What does your universe look like? And this helps you to answer the 6 rights. So the first one is the right person. Firstly, you have to look in the inner circle. Your organization has a board, it's got management, and it's got its major donors. That you have. The question that I could be asking is, what relationship do you have with them? Especially the CEOs. Because your relationship with each of those is very different, but you need to have that relationship. The second is to look into, so within your management, your board, your major donors, your staff, you can choose who the right person is to assist with your fundraising needs. But you also have to look at the second circle there. Some of your institutions have got volunteers. Of the volunteers that you have engaged, previous and current, are there some that you think you can utilize for your fundraising needs? Either to open doors or to make the ask or to do a write-up. There are so many functions that they can play. Are there any you draw from that. From your employees, from your other donors. Some of you are membership based, from your members. Who from your members is likely to be your champion, or is likely to be the person that you say, we want to approach that donor, but only that member has the access and the capacity to help us do that. Do you have alumni? I know alumni might sound like a university, school, whatever, but in your own organizations now, do you have a program that you can call, this is our alumni constituency, we can tap into this? All of us do that, have that. If you don't, start thinking about it, because a lot of potential actually rests there, right? They came into your organization for a reason. You might not have engaged them consistently to keep them around, but you don't know what they are sitting there waiting for. They might be just waiting to hear your voice, and then they say, this is how we can assist. So have that program as well. And then, of course, people with similar interests. These may not be engaged with your work now, but they've got similar interests. So those with similar interests can be competitors, but they can also be people who complement your work. So this is your universe. I don't know if you have anything that you have done in your institutions to say my universe looks like this, and I can easily pull it and speak to it. If not, try and do an exercise so that you understand what your universe looks like as an organization. It might be similar to your next organization, your next person, and all of that, but this is where then it becomes important to differentiate yourself and offer value proposition that will convince the donor that you are the best to be supported and not the other. So I just wanted to use this because it's very important. You can actually use this for the right person, but also for the right donor, because the right donor could also emerge from this, right? So let me go back to okay. So from the right person, we have to, so the right person is to either, like I said, for functions that have to do with research, asking, and all that. Then there's the right prospective donor. The right donor, like I said, not all donors are your donors. You have to get to the point where you say, this is our right prospective donor. And the right prospective donor, you can do so by firstly asking the question, of the donors that we have researched and we have listed, who of these do we have? Let me start here. Who of these has an interest in our work? You have to test the level of interest. They might be there, they might have the resources, but they can even afford what you are looking for, but they may not be interested in your work. So determine the level of interest. And there are so many ways of determining the level of interest through their track record in terms of patterns of giving, where they've given, how they've given, but also whether or not the subject area that you are working on features in their plans. So that's important. There are so many tools to utilize to see and gauge the level of interest. But also gauging the level of interest could be through the right person that we talked about earlier on. So those that have got access to those donors could actually be the ones to tell you whether there's an interest or not. Either through consultations, they might talk directly, and so forth and so on. So interest is very important. The second is, once you have determined interest, do you have access? So they might have interest, but if you don't have access, you have to work out channels of getting access. And again, from that universe that we spoke of, the constituency model, you can then identify who of your partners, your board members, your donors, your staff, your people with similar interests, who of them has access to them. And at times, access comes from very unusual corners. Very unusual corners. It could be through a pastor. Your own pastor could be the person that has got access. Could be through a friend when they are playing golf. I told you about where these high net worth individuals eat, where they shop. Some of them we know, they go to this particular luxurious shop for cars. So on Saturdays, we know, between 9 and 12, they are found there. Right? We know. They are found there. So in terms of access, you work out the different ways in which you can access them. Or you actually sign up to go and play golf. You play golf. And over time you get introduced. And so there are many ways. I'm just simply saying, determine access. Do you have access? If you don't have access yourself, who else has access to them? Because the end goal is to reach them. Right? So get access. And then the third point is, can they afford what you are looking for? Affordability and ability, very important, because at times we take it for granted that because they are a donor, they are going to afford what you are looking for. We go there and we present $100,000 and the donor says, but why are you asking me for 100,000? I could have given you $1 million. That's one side of the story where at times we just assume that, we are going to ask for 100,000. The donor can afford more than that. Have you done an exercise to see the affordability of the donor? Or you just assumed? Or you can go there, like we are doing now at VETS, we are celebrating 100 years of our existence. We are looking for 100 billion. Then I just take that 100 billion to this donor and say, I'm looking for 100 billion. The donor says, but are you out of your mind? Should I give all my 100 billion to you? What about others? So what am I saying? Affordability is very important because you need to know what can the donor afford, what can they give, and what can they not give. But there were moments, 2008, last year, and even the previous year, where donors shifted strategies because of the pandemic and others, but also due to just the nature of the economy. You go there asking for funding, and the donor has stopped funding for a while, temporarily, waiting to see what's going to happen. That's the wrong timing, right? So affordability and ability are very important. So who is the right donor from that perspective of interest, affordability, and access? But there's also the right donor from the perspective of values that we talked about. Is this the right donor for you, for the kind of work that you want? But it could also be the right donor in terms of your capacity. Some of us here might find it very hard dealing with bilateral funding. I'm not mentioning names, but some of us here might find it very difficult working with bilateral funding from a reporting point of view and just the management of bilateral funding. It might be there, available. You have access, they can afford, they have an interest. But is it the right funding for you? Is it the right funding for you? Everything is okay. But there's this one issue that if you take that funding, you are just going to spend your entire life just managing it and reporting it. And at the end of it, you won't even see the impact of your work. I'm currently working with a group here. I was telling Christine last night. I'm working with a group here in Kenya. They received $40 million from a bilateral donor. And they were implementing it, line by line, this and that. And then recently they received $5 million from Mackenzie Scott. And that $5 million, they were told, use it the way you want. And they've set up an endowment, established a company, and blah, 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 blah. And so what are they saying now in the debate on decolonizing philanthropy? They are saying the $40 million that we received from the bilateral donor did not help us as an organization. But this $5 million, in just a few months that they've received, they can see its impact and its value. So the question I'm posing to you is that even if you have everything lining up, there are other things to consider whether the donor is the rightful one for you at this moment. Okay. Yeah, so there's a certificate that we get afterwards from this company. Yeah. It's actually not the same. It's different, and it's more involved. There's a hand there. There's a hand there. There, just next to you. Yeah, please go for it, sir.
Yes, I think we need to acknowledge our lived reality. We operate in a resource-constrained environment, and desperation is the order of the day. The shift that has happened over, I think, 20 decades going is that a lot of donors don't want to fund these critical issues, overheads and salaries. They want money to go directly to the end user. And of course, some of our organizations, they pay low salaries. And it is really exciting for our members of staff to get into these particular projects where they know they're getting a stipend, not the salary. So I think part of the challenge as well is agenda setting. Who's setting the agenda? Most of us just come to the party because we're desperate for the little resources that are out there. And like you said, it's a dog-eat-dog type of environment. It's either you sink or you swim. So the choice is yours.
Okay, so we need to take a short break, but
hearing people make the case, what you say is true. I'd just like to co-sign what you're saying because it's true.
Yeah.
And just to say, that point is important, and as we listen and talk about where things are and desperation and doing anything or whatever, I think that actually some of the relationships are a bit sick. Like actually, we need to rethink a little bit. How do you dig yourself into a hole of such deep dependency that it then becomes that? And just a very quick anecdote. In DRC, I was doing some work with Hansi Hospital, and just after we did a visit there, Dr. Mukwege, who's the chief doctor there was an assassination attempt. His driver was killed, and he had to go into exile. And he was in exile for some time. And his patients, the women from the hospital, who now are, mainly are survivors of sexual violence and have you displaced from their homes, they've been resettled in communities, they have small income generating projects. They actually have farms that they harvested the vegetables and fruit, and they went to the market to go and sell, to raise the money to buy him an air ticket to come home. Because they said, our doctor needs to come. So to be honest with you, as we're saying, there is resource in the community if it's relevant. And I think if that's the case, we need to think, and that's just an anecdote, it's not to say we have to, get money from market women or whatever, but I'm just saying like there's money in the community, but if you're irrelevant, then even the big donors won't give to you.
Yeah.
So I think there is a deep issue around make sure that your own house is in order in terms of the integrity of what you're doing. Your case will always be a strong one. Your case will be undeniable if it's rooted, and I think resources will come from that. If really what you're doing is something that is contributing to change.
Yeah, between March 2020 and December 2020, it's reported that high net worth individuals in Africa gave more than they'd ever done in 10 years. Right? Millions and millions of dollars that they gave. But they were giving it specifically to COVID-related response, right? So that tells us there is money. But how that money is channeled and where it is channeled to is a conversation that we must have with those that have money. Because they could easily make this money available. But that's because, my argument has been that they were affected by COVID. If they did not respond, they would lose it all, right? So that means money is there in some quarters. We just need to figure out ways to have effective conversations around that. This is quickly to say, for you to have your case for support strong and you are able to execute it, you must also have in place some of the staffing, facilities, you must have all of this. And I think I will share this slide. I don't want to spend time. What I want to do now quickly before we close, I would have wanted us to do an exercise. So in your own space, if you are able to just develop your own case statement and just write 2 to 3 pages, it mustn't be very long, and make sure that you share it with everyone in the organization. They are able to articulate what your case for support is. It can be a case for support for the organization. It can also be a case for support for a particular project. So you make those choices yourself. Okay, so here we already spoke about this where, with donors, you create linkage, ability, and interest. And then beyond that, you actually move them from linkage to involvement and advocacy. I think I've already addressed this in one way or the other. And this is where we're talking about donors being renewed, repeating, upgraded, and also moving them from special gifts to big funds, to planned giving, among others. And there are various instruments that you can utilized to achieve this. But what I want to do is to focus on this. So this is my last slide. I want to talk briefly around this because in fundraising, like I said, you have to also have the right approach, the right way, but also it means that has to be expressed internally through how you organize your needs and your resources. So most of our institutions are here on the annual fund. So this is a tool that was developed to articulate how you can categorize and articulate your needs when you go on a fundraising mission. So the first is the annual budget. All of us here have got annual budgets, and that's really about core and program needs. Every year you look at your budget. Some of us don't even do budgeting every year. We just add 10%. I've seen it. We just add 10%. So last year we spent this much. This year we're just going to add 10% to our budget. So they just move the figures by 10% like that, right? I don't know if it really captures what your needs are, but at the end of the day, you must have a figure that you need to implement your projects annually. And that figure must include your capex, your operations, your salaries, your programs, and all of that. Now, in terms of going for fundraising, to raise money for an annual budget, more often you get this from, let's start with the usual one, but we are not using it in the continent. It's income. In the US and in Europe, most of the annual budgets for some non-profits come from people's personal income, individual givers. Individual giving is higher than foundations and corporates giving. 80% of philanthropic flows in the US comes from individuals and not from foundations. As much as we know foundations are big in terms of the amounts that they give, grants, but individual givers give the most. We have not taken advantage of this thing here in the continent. Personal income. If somebody decides every month I'm going to give you, let's say $100 of my money. It's an example. People budget, especially if you keep them engaged and all that. Ashesi University in Accra is an example of how individuals have actually kept that institution going. Patrick does that very well. He has trips that he does every year for his donors to come and see the projects and all. And they are loyal. Every year when they are doing their own budgets, personal budgets, they include Ashesi, right? So this is something that we have not done, and I'm saying we should start thinking about how to do that. But of course, we also get it now from foundations and so forth and so on. But I wanted to emphasize that personal income is an area that we should be focusing on. But this money is purely for ongoing programs and operations. That's what it is for. Now, we always make a mistake that we want to use the same money for our annual budget to now do big projects like buildings, huge equipment acquisition, revamp. We want to renovate. That's not part of it here. It's not included there. So what do? You create a separate area, which could be here, capital campaign. And the approach for capital campaign is also very different from raising money from individuals. Capital campaign can be a once-off thing. You want to build a hospital. You want to renovate your institution, and you decide we are going to mount a campaign to raise enough money to do this particular project, right? And it's called a capital campaign. So you can actually get it mainly from assets. So the people who actually help you to do a capital campaign and fund it is mainly from assets, right? But you can also get it from major donors that can give you a huge amount of money. You can also get it from massive crowdsourcing and all of that. That's a capital campaign, and usually it's a once-off campaign that you might have, and you close it. It can run for 12 months, whatever, depending on how you do it. And if you go into the basics of that and the nitty-gritties, you will need to set up in place committees and so many things that are required in instruments for you to be able to do that. So you generally don't add this money here because it doesn't really affect your annual budget. It's a standalone project that you want. And what does it do? It benefits, mainly you do a capital campaign if you want to do, like I said, renovations, equipment, when you want to do, maybe to buy a building, but also when you want to start an endowment. You actually use a capital campaign to start an endowment. And then if you have special initiatives in the organization, special projects, we at VEST, for example, even though the university has got its own budget, if I decide I want to set up a center, the university might say, okay, fine, but who is going to fund it? I can say to the university, you fund it. They say, but we never budgeted for your center, right? It's an initiative that somebody has come up with. So that means somebody has to go look for funding for it. So it's not included here because the university has got its own budget. So you create this particular special initiatives or programs or projects that you go out fundraising for. So you are able to say to the donor, in terms of our annual budgets, this is how much we spend, and this is how much we already have or we need. But for this particular visit, we are fundraising for this specific special project or initiative. And this is how much it costs, right? And normally you get this from income and assets. Again, individual donors, foundations would be the ones that give you that kind of money. It allows you also at times to use that for unrestricted funding. And most of us here would do very well with unrestricted funding. So again, that's something, because here with programs and projects, there's restriction implied here. You use it only for the purposes of these programs. But here, you could actually have special programs and projects, but you could also have leeway to fundraise specifically for unrestricted funding. And here you can create a fund that could house that kind of money, which is unrestricted. And then the last one is here. Again, a very sensitive issue. How do you go to Peggy and say, yeah, you are like 65 now, we just want to have a conversation about your estate, right? We want to have a conversation about your estate. How would you want to be remembered? Yeah? So how should your resources be utilized and all of that, right? It's a very sensitive conversation in the continent, but actually this is one of the areas where if we approached it well, it has so much potential, because I have come across people who are in their 60s, late 50s, saying, I've done everything that I've wanted to do with my children. The little that I have, I want to give it back to society. Many people, it's always shocking to me, most people don't want to give their money to their children. At that age, I don't know why. At that age, they don't want to give money to their children. They want to give it back to society, right? So how do you have a conversation with people at that particular age about giving back to your cause? To your cause. And there are so many instruments that you can use. So it's not just about the will. It's also about giving while they're still alive in ways that they benefit as well, right? So some of them can actually, give something to be spent now while having investments that also accrue back to them. Some can actually write the entire will for you so that, once they die, either buildings or assets are donated to you, or investments, shares, they are given back to you, right? So this is another area where we have not done much. But in most regions, estate planning or planned giving is actually higher. And so in thinking about graduations of donors from the 10%, I mean from the 70% to the 20% to the 10%, you have to start thinking about here, right? How do you move the majority of donors who might be here, your 70% who contribute here? How do you move them to major gifts, to capital campaign, and then later on to saying, you have been so good to us, maybe now you must just do one more will for us. Some of these are futuristic, but they've been working in other regions, and we need to start thinking about how we can capitalize in our different markets on these different instruments and vehicles. So I wanted to end with this because I know most of us just have one budget in the organization. One budget, and that budget is our annual operations plan. I want us to try and, break that into different channels. Have an operations budget annual, but also have these other specific budgets that you want to go out fundraising. It makes it easier for the people doing the fundraising. It makes it easier even for reporting and so forth and so on. Right. So I think I will end here, Evans. I know this is something that we try to squeeze super fast, something that would have taken us a number of days, but I wanted to end here and see if we have questions before we move to the closing session. Okay, there's a question there. Stuff would work best here because people want to give to something that they relate with. It's difficult for them at times to give to overall organizational setup. But if you say there's a specific project and you are doing this campaign, so anyway, I'm agreeing with you that, of course, I didn't have the opportunity to go into all sorts of ways in which you can do it in the continent, because actually everything that we've just said is implied in the principles. But now if you are to look for the actual data, and we've done some studies that show us what's possible where Rwanda, for example, just nearby here, they have so many of these things called local initiatives, right? Whether you agree with them or not, but the point is that they use that to mobilize resources to implement their own economic, strategic imperatives to deal with issues of poverty and all of that. So for them, that works because they will say 1 cow per poor family and go out mobilize for that 1 cow, and everyone ends up having a cow in that poor, neighborhood. And the cow becomes a symbol of dignity, and it brings, like milk for babies, malnutrition, and also there's a whole lot of things that you can then draw from that whole exercise. The African Union, when it set up the African Union Foundation, it went around looking for resources, and then the government of Zimbabwe, then Robert Mugabe, when he was alive, said, I don't have money, but we are going to give you cows. So they donated a serious number of cows to the African Union. And the African Union accepted those cows. They went to Zimbabwe, they did an auction, and collected the money. So there are so many ways in which I think you can refer to in terms of how you can generate some of the resources in-house. I suppose at the end of this, what we are all saying is, given the context in which we are, given the challenges that we are facing as a sector, there is no choice but to face the realities as hard as they are and figure out alternative and innovative ways of financing and supporting our work. And that might take us into uncomfortable terrains. All right. So there's something that I wanted us to see before we do the certification. I hope it was captured as we were. Let me not be disappointed, comrade. I want to I want to see the product of our work. What happened? Where is the lady? Oh, okay.
just have to sign the flash disk. Just click on D, on D. One step flash.
This one.
Yeah, these ones purple.
Okay, let's play it. Roll it. Okay, so this is the product of your work. If you are able to, I hope you signed your stuff, ne? You never know. This you can actually sell later on. You never know. Okay. Okay. I don't think everyone's picture was captured, but the idea was just to show you what you can actually produce while doing serious things. But the other side, like I said in the morning, what normally happens if you do it properly, you actually don't get exhausted. You actually don't get exhausted because you are creating, and with creativity, you just keep going. And so for those that are facilitators, if you can, use this for your facilitation. Not everyone would want to draw, but just try. And once they start drawing, they will be engaged, and you will get the outcomes. And of course, for me, the beauty is then seeing these pictures. You know, so sign them and keep them. You never know. So we once made Mrs. Marshall, Grasa Marshall, do this. And so we have a picture which we have decided at some point we're going to auction it. Yeah. Okay, so I hand over to Evans to do the closing, and then we'll do the certification.
Colleagues, I know it's very late. I'm seeing we are already ready with our bags. But I want to request for only 2 minutes, and I think, comrade, if you allow me, then we don't take, I know it's a university procedure, but we can have the colleagues pick the certificates at a station instead of calling one by one for the interest of time.
Yeah.
So we had reached out to you for a very long time, actually for the last 2 years, and you had identified some areas which are of concern. Also just woke up one day and said, hey, Evans, I got another job somewhere, and you know, they just moved because you know, people are in the process of moving. So majority of the membership felt that we needed to strengthen the capacity of the membership around how do you manage transitions and successions. And so that is what we are addressing tomorrow. 2, we came off COVID, and those of us who are not well technologically are struggling with some issues, you know, at the management level. And so tomorrow we are bringing in someone, and please, this is now so personal. There's someone who is supposed to attend, not even attend, but to lead the presidential inauguration tomorrow. But because of the respect between us, is flying in to Mombasa to just handle for us that area, because that is what he's known for globally. So he's only flying in for that session and rushing back to Nairobi. I hope he will not come and not find us in the room. So please come early tomorrow. We will start at exactly 8:30. And tomorrow we are giving you better half of the afternoon to just go and enjoy the life in Mombasa. So this evening, we are hosting you for dinner, and again tomorrow. But this evening, please don't miss. You can miss the one for tomorrow, but the one for today, please don't miss. So we will be converging at the reception. Is it the reception? The lobby, the main lobby of the hotel at exactly 6 p.m. So you've got around 1 hour, 15 minutes to meet us there. In case you don't make it there in time, we will meet at Tamarin. Is that the word? Tamarin. So you can make your way to Tamarin, and we shall meet there. So thank you so much, colleagues. Jessica, please take your certificate here. And let's pick our certificates at this point and see us at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Because we are in Mombasa, what to okay, I think I'll only forgive this table because Rose is there. That's the only reason, and Becky is here. No. Now I've been told to welcome us kwa Kiswahili so that the Ugandans can get introduced into the new regional language and of course the continental language that we are trying to adopt. Sasa karibuni sana, tunawakaribisha kwa, and that is the end of that story. And of course you can't finish before you say hakuna ma. Yeah, so karibuni sana. We are starting our program for the evening. So before the dao, grudgingly, before the door leaves the dog, we have a small housekeeping matters that we want to put across. One, tutakuwa na, so for the sake of my chair, we'll have a good evening, that I can assure you. Number two, we'll also have a very interesting conversation that will take the beginning of the program as we enjoy our drinks, and then we'll go into the dinner, and I think the captain will bring us back after that. So we welcome you. He will. Yeah, he will. Hopefully. Naona vile ananiangalia. Well, we have a program tomorrow, so he has to bring us back as soon as possible. So thank you so much. I want to welcome, I want to request my great brother here to just put for me 3 seats here. Yeah, it's serious. Or let me consult. Rose, do you think you can handle it from where you are? I think that will be fine. Where is Grace? Grace, you are there. Excellent. And you'll just turn. So we have Grace, we have Rose, and I can't see Nadia. Oh, you are here. Excellent. And Mike, where are you? Okay. I see. So please take this. We'll do this in two phases. Phase one will just be an introduction, not yourselves, but the three. And it's so nice they're all ladies, eh? So the three ladies. After that introduction, I think we'll take something small, then come back to the deeper conversations. Mike, over to you.
They will be taking us through a light talk about some of the things that they are doing. And I want to begin by inviting them for short introductions. On the right? Okay. We start from the right. Karibu.
So good evening, everyone. Good evening. How are you doing? Okay, so my name is Grace Maingi. I work at the Kenya Community Development Foundation, KCDF, and it's a pleasure to be here. For Evans, when he said we're going to have a session on the water, I actually thought he was joking, because at the hotel there's a restaurant called Dow. So now that we're here, I'm feeling a bit shortchanged that I have to do a panel instead of enjoying with my new table mates. But great to see you all, and welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Mombasa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nadia Kist, and I am with Bloodwater. Really excited that we are still together and having this session on the Dow. Thank you for organizing it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rose Modoni, but I like to be called Modoni. So I'm from the Seagull Family Foundation. I've been working there for some time now. Really pleased to be doing this. This is the first. I've never had a panel on a Dow. So let's hope I can, the woozy feeling does not overcome me. But it's really good to be here and to meet all of you, and I'm looking forward to a lovely conversation.
Okay. Now with that short bit to welcome you to this Dow and welcome you to Kenya. Finally, I want us to take this light talk here from a perspective of what our three sisters are doing in the various organizations. And particularly the big buzzwords we've had over the last 2-3 years around issues of decolonization, issues of shifting the power, and of course the big one is around community philanthropy. So I want to begin with Modoni this time, to look around the issues of decolonization and, well, a little bit of what Seagull has been doing, but give us a focus around the decolonization agenda and what you're doing for the region and where we are going towards. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Mike. So yeah, this big elephant term, decolonization, has become quite kind of like a buzzword over the past few years. We are seeing more and more organizations wanting to do something around this decolonization agenda. But let me give you a little bit of context as to what Seagull has been doing with regards to decolonization. So what Seagull exists to do is to support grassroots organizations across sub-Saharan Africa. And so for a long time, I think slightly almost to 10 years now, we've been very focused on finding organizations that are most connected to the communities, but also close to the problems that they're trying to solve. And then that journey over time brought us to a certain understanding. In 2017, we did a little bit of a research within our portfolio of partners across the continent, and we found that when we pick up two organizations that are doing exactly the same things, that are working in more or less the same sector, the one and one was led by an African and the other one was led by an expatriate. The expatriate-led organization tended to grow 2 times faster than the African-led organization, and that was very damning to us because we were asking ourselves, why is it like this? Yet both organizations are doing very good work. They are very impactful, and they are all in our portfolio, so they must be doing something very, very right. But how come one is growing faster in funding and resources than the other? And that led us into a path of deciding that we have to do something about it. We have this information. When we know better, we do better. And then we started out the Africa Visionary Fellowship, which is a fellowship for the African-led organizations in our portfolio, to support them with the resources to be able to get adept at fundraising and also remove the blockers or the barriers that are separating them from their kind of next level growth, whether it's funding or even having access to events where they can get known or get to fundraise and so forth. But even in that journey, since the beginning of the fellowship in 2017, we thought that, oh wow, fellowship, problem solved, right? Just give access and then you don't have to worry about anything else. But then what we found with time is that the situation is a lot more complicated than that. That actually, as much as we would try and position our partners and showcase them, would pay for them to go for conferences that are renowned for funders, the Skull World Forum, Opportunity Collaboration, and the rest, we found that still that was not enough, because we were trying to solve a problem with a toothbrush, but really the problem is like you're trying to wash a tire for a lorry with a toothbrush and you hope that it's going to get clean. There's been so many times, and I'm looking forward to explain, sharing that with you, but that's just a little bit of context. Since then, of course, we've also, since starting the fellowship, we've also all together decided that we will be supporting mostly, and when I say mostly, 8 out of 10 of our 300 partner portfolio, 80% of it is led by Africans. So that's just to show that's the direction that we're heading to. That's a little about at Seagull.
Great. You've touched on the major issues that you've been trying to look at, and particularly within the sector in terms of the challenges there are, particularly leadership and the others. I want to bring in Nadia. Nadia, around the other challenges around shifting the power and bringing it. Are these just words? Where are we?
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. That's a really great question. I think just to add to what Muthoni is saying, there's a lorry tire that is covered in layers of mud, and there are perhaps multiple people with toothbrushes trying to clean it. I think we are somewhere. We are not where we were 5 years ago, but we are just scratching the surface, I think, as a community of philanthropic organizations. For Bloodwater, we have had a journey that is in some ways similar, where in 2013 the organization took pause and did a very in-depth review of strategy. For us, missionally, we are responding to the HIV and water crises and health disparities that are emerging through those two particular entry points into communities. So with that lens, we were harnessing before the emerging, I don't want to say trend, but the popularity of a more equitable narrative began, I'd say, around just before or around COVID. There was already pre-existing to this period about 35 years of a body of evidence through the HIV global response where communities were the effective gatekeepers to sustainable change in the HIV response. This was not a new phenomenon or a trend that kind of was made accessible because of COVID. So in 2013, we had already began as an organization to shift our strategy from 12 years prior grant making to different kinds of organizations, really focusing on African-led and community-driven organizations, because it is possible to be African-led and not community-driven. So that was a really important distinction for us. And to add to what Muthoni is saying, access is one component, but that's not enough to say that we are making philanthropy equitable and that we are actually shifting power away from older paradigms of top-down development into the hands of communities and the people that are living into the change that they want to see. So I just want to add to that issue of access and kind of add in additional layers of two things that I think are really important for power shifting and returning agency into the hands of communities and the leaders that are driving change through these organizations. One is about the actual authentic decision making, that authority shifting into the hands of our partners, into the hands of communities, and into the hands of African leaders. That not being just a statement, but actually having decision making being driven by our partners. How funding should be utilized, where it should be positioned, even to some extent the terms of the funding relationship. I think it is altruistic to say that all the terms go out the window. There needs to be some sort of balance, because organizations will always have a missional focus that they are responsible to kind of steward the integrity of, and that's fine, but really allowing African communities to speak into the terms within which they are applying those resources. And then lastly, something that really came up for me today in our conversation when we were talking in the room about the realities of the funding environment, and one of our members here was talking about almost like scavengering to survive as an organization. So for Bloodwater, part of shifting the power and actually making our partnership equitable and what we want to see happen in the space, similar to Seagull, of influencing the way that other funding partners are positioning their partnership, is about dignity. And I think we really undervalue the power that giving organizations and giving communities their rightful dignity to not beg or scavenger or change the nature of who they are to be able to hold resources to sustain their operations. That entire narrative needs to shift. That relationship needs to shift. Dignity is not just about power, but it's also about honoring the value of what organizations already exist in to be, the resources that they're bringing to the table. It's so much more than just what a grant or a funding partner is sitting at the table thinking that any organization is dying to sign on the dotted line to receive our funding. That's false. And so really equity looks like dignifying communities that are being served by these partnerships, dignifying and honoring the authority and the rights of the leaders that are stewarding those conversations and stewarding those efforts, and allowing them to be the decision makers, so that access is just one of many layers to making sure that there truly is an equitable playing field where we are all sitting at the table as peers, and not with a power differential that says we are the funding partner, you are the grantee. So I think we are somewhere, but we still have a long ways to go. And part of it is these kinds of conversations and having both sides of the table represented, where one of the things that we talk about with our funding, with our grant partners a lot, is about just the power of no. And when you when you are saying yes to something, you are saying no to something else. There's an ultimate trade-off. It's not all yeses all the time. And so it really is about being aware of what those trade-offs are when you say yes to a partnership, and is that yes worthwhile? Is survival or is adding a certain volume to an operating budget worth the nose of identity, of authority, of autonomy. And if it is not, then to stand in the power of that and know that there are truly a breadth of funding partners that exist that are looking to resource the voice of leaders and communities and their ideas. I think I'll pause there.
Nadia, that is a mouthful of a lot of them. And looking at, I just want to distill 3 of them. The access, the shifting of the decision making, and 3 in terms of the dignity of the giver versus the receiver. Allow me to bring in Grace. Looking at the myriad of issues and challenges that African organizations are facing, the decolonization agenda, where are we in terms of steps? What are the successes that you can see and the pathways that this is opening?
So first, liquid leadership. I had planned a whole session where people were going to close their eyes and imagine a community village, but we're not going to do that now because we're on the boat. So you can see how liquid leadership, I hope, Prof, I'll get an extra certificate for being dynamic and changing this presentation that I had in my head. But on a more serious note, I think there are successes that we should celebrate. There are steps that are being made. One of them is just rethinking our grant making procedures. I think there are a lot of conversations that are ongoing whereby we're asking ourselves, how are we even issuing calls for grants? And I know it's, for us even at KCDF, it's a painful conversation because we've had a system whereby we've been very clear, we issue our grant calls in English, and you know, we use all this high level language, lot 1, lot 2, apply only for lot 1, and yet we are trying to entice and get communities to work with us as we work with them towards sustainability. So we have also had to have a pause and have to ask ourselves, really, are the processes we're using in the best interest of the communities? And I think those conversations are going on. Work around participatory grant making, whereby you actually ask the communities, how is the best way for you to demonstrate your work, to demonstrate what you want to do, the ideas you have, to the extent whereby it can be written in their own language and it can be even in video. I think those are some of the great strides that are being made, as much as they're very disruptive to how we have done things. I think one of the important things that we must continue to do, even though this is not what I've been asked, is checking our biases. We had the conversation about power a bit, and we've had it in other sessions that I think a number of you have been in, and recognizing that we do have power, whether or not we want to accept that we have it, but we have to be able to recognize that, but also recognize that we have biases. So there's a bias that I always talk about when we've been reviewing grant proposals and we're looking at, oh, the community wants to do X and they want to use, let's say for instance, motorcycles to move from point A to point B, and we ask our, and we're comfortable in Nairobi, not air conditioned. Nairobi is so cold these days. We've been left in the freezer, but we're there in our comfortable offices asking. That was where you're supposed to laugh. Are we together?
We are together, but we are looking for them.
Oh, you're looking for the punchline. The punchline passed. Okay, so the freezer. Yes. Okay. Hey, it's a tough crowd. So basically, we're there in Nairobi and we're asking ourselves, but why motorcycles? Why don't they hire cars? Or I'm just giving a very easy to relate with kind of bias. And we have to be conscious of those biases. We have to be conscious of the power that we have. And I think these sort of conversations keep on bringing that to the fore. So those are the strides that we're making, that we're able to have very candid conversations with funders and say, look, you cannot expect us to do this work without organizational support, without capacity support. We need to have our staff trained, the capacity built, we need our board capacity built, being able to have those conversations. But my question, especially to those of us who sub-grant, are we ready to have those conversations spoken back to us? Are we ready for that? Are we ready to work ourselves out of a job to some extent are we ready to be able to do that? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Grace. Now that you asked this question, allow me to go back to the audience here. I want to hear from you. Yeah, my sound has gone. Sector, the pathways we are making, and particularly those of us within the larger sector of grant making, and of course the giving and the receiving. I want to hear from you. What are your thoughts? You may have some questions, you may have some reactions. Karibu hapa.
Kuna stand, kuna seat.
Ulipo tu. Endelea tu seat.
Okay.
Kiti hapo.
So, just random thoughts, random ramblings. So, I think when we have the conversation on decolonization as philanthropy, we should be careful to historicize it, because we keep saying it's new, and yet we know, especially when you're in Africa, it is not. We are building on the backs of our foremothers and forefathers that have been in this struggle for millennia. Just because philanthropy is probably hearing it and responding to it now does not make it, but you understand what I mean. So we need to contextualize the larger struggle of decolonization with our focus as philanthropy. So that is one. But also two, then what is the political agenda that we are fighting, so that it's not just about our processes, and because it's easy to tinker around the edges still, but I wish we could understand that it's deeply political, and that I hope that when we do these things, we come at it that way. So one. Two, I also maybe would ask us, when we say community, what do we mean? Because sometimes these conversations then appear like I'm not community because I live in the city. And so sometimes there's a bastardization, if I would call it that, of community to mean a certain distance from the center. And yet my assumption of community, or my assumption is can we also be expansive when we think of communities? So communities of lawyers, communities of alumni, communities of Rotaries, communities of, so that we don't, because again it's to not romanticize. You know how poverty porn, we can easily have community porn. Community equals those people in the bush that are near the, and that's not what it should be. So that's what I'm saying. If we politicize that struggle, then we'll understand that dichotomy of us, them, community, and you're not, because you live in Nairobi, so you know, it's to watch also that we don't reinforce the same stereotypes and biases. Yeah, let me stop there, and I will, but I hope you understand what I mean. Yeah, those would be my two comments.
Thank you very much. Jackie, you've spoken to those realities, and I know most of us here, our organizations have been operating in different contexts, and we need to be in a position to answer the political questions much deeper than what often appears at the surface. But to the challenge of community beyond the tradition biases, I want to hear more. I saw you raised your hand.
Yeah, the question of decolonization is a really important one. Particularly if like me, you've sat in meetings where you are the only black person. I remember the very first time I sat in a fund organization, there were like 300 people. It was a corporate foundation I was running, and I was the only one in the room. And I remember the chairman of my board saying, let's just send these children to any school in Africa because they're rubbish schools anyway. And because I've not been brought up to keep quiet, I told him, but sir, I am chairing your foundation, and I went to that rubbish school. So what does that tell you about the quality of learning in that school that you're talking about? So for me, it's personal. You need to internalize it, because over time, as I engaged with various leaders across the philanthropy ecosystem in Africa, I remember I was in Uganda once, and I met a Ugandan director of an international organization, and he told me, I am different from the others because I have a UK contract. Most recently, I've had an experience whereby a government official was actually harassing a program officer from a funder organization to ask for $50 of reimbursement. For me, it's the psychosocial decolonization that needs to happen within the ecosystem, because some of us are so deeply colonialized in our minds that actually we need to read Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind to be able to understand that actually for the change to happen we need to have different conversations. Because if you believe that actually having a UK contract or a contract signed by a white-led organizations in the UK gives you the freedom and the wherewithal to actually behave badly and treat your staff badly, then we are not going anywhere. And that's I think where the key lies. That actually how we, even in terms of capacity building, could we actually have a decolonization agenda? What are the attitudes we need to have to actually have the right conversations with the funders? I think for me that's really important. The other issue is, I think I work within the Chaka ecosystem. It's a very small ecosystem. It's just emerging. And one of the things I found is that in spite of the fact that there are few funders there, you find that locally a lot of the actors actually don't realize that you can't decolonize if you have internalized so much the divide and rule tactics that the colonialists use over time to actually work together. So you find continually we are supposed to be working together, but when we go and meet the funder, like somebody said, the board member going to ask for funding from the same funder, it happens a lot to a point whereby you think, okay, how does this reflect to the funder? So I think for those who do capacity building and those the training like we have today, I almost think that for us to decolonize the development, there has to be a reorientation of the African players in the field, because I think we are enabling a lot of bad behavior in the ecosystem, and that means we are delaying the possibility of change happening, and it means like after us the conversation will continue. But
one who has raised her hand is a lady. And then we'll come Karim.
Thank you so much, Mike. Good evening. I'm very really curious to get into the deeper and more in-depth when we talk about decolonization, as well as shifting power. Fortunately, our organization have already started to do that. So now I'm actually feeling the waves and all the kind of challenges in changing the governance, in changing and giving the power from this end. So it's not really easy. And I wanted to connect this with the sentence which came from our dear lady in the morning, Jessica, when she talked about a garbage, but we think it's something like peace. So I'm really West, not a garbage, West. Yes, I'm really curious to know that, for example, we are starting this particular move, how serious we are. Because, number one, when it comes to reporting, you know that some of our community members, in terms of the reporting, probably that will be a challenge. and whether, for example, we are already ready to change the language. One of the recently I participated into one of the donor Wellspring, and they said to us that we don't need a report. Just come to us, just offer the conversation. And then internally we were like, is it really serious? That's this. Yeah, we were like, something went, we were thinking that something is wrong. And then we start to ask ourselves, both at the country level as well as the UK, then what will happen? Where will we collect the evidence and say that this is our annual report? Because we are so much used and taken to the kind of like, if you have to provide a feedback to the donor, it has to be like a long report, 5, 6, 8 pages, and then we keep somewhere where we could refer someone somewhere. But you see, this donor said that we don't need that. Come talk to us. Those are the kind of things that we needed to think around when we are talking about decolonization, as well as shifting the power, and how we can, because even in the morning we talk about financial, the management of it and everything, and we are aware that some of these institutions, they don't have those financial they don't have the systems, they don't have the well-laid policy in terms of HR, in terms of safeguarding. I'm talking to organization of persons with disability. They have a number of things. But also I want you to also raise one question. We were also looking at our organization, for example. Is there everything that we engage them? We are only paying for the per diem or also the level of effort? And then we started to do the analysis. You will tell me, you engage the community, but do you really pay them even the level of effort? When you do activities yourselves, you do also cover your salaries. But when you call them into meetings, you just cover for their allowances. Then they have left all the activities, they have come to your activity or to their activity, which is also important. So it's not really easy when we are going to this particular level. It's about really recognizing their effort, their value, their time, giving them the value, Kiswahili wanasema thamani, giving them the value which we claim, we give ourselves, and really support them to move from one step to another. Thank you.
And when we think about decolonizing, I feel like it's another word that donors come up with, and we as NGOs just carry around, talk about it, and say that bus is moving, and we miss out on the communities themselves. What does decolonizing aid really mean? What did we used to do previously? I have an example where I stay in a farm somewhere, and this Maasai community, when you have issues like you have no food, they give you a cow. So you're like, you own a cow, the cow is yours, but the other community member can milk and eat and feed. And that's how they've been managing. There is no orphan who has ever left alone without the community taking care of this of these orphans. So I ask myself then, when we take this aid and with the terms that it comes in, what power do we have to actually say no? You were talking this morning about scavenging. The reason why we're scavenging is because we feel like if we don't have it, then we will not survive. But we only feel it that way because we don't appreciate where we came from, where our history and how communities used to serve. Well, I'm not saying that how that used to happen will work for now, but can we appreciate and acknowledge that, so that we put up systems and structures to enable us to solve some of the social development issues we are facing. I was in Tanzania some time back, and I met this civil society organization. They fascinated me so much. They are paralegals, and these guys they are really much in Lindi. It's a small community, very grassroots. And they were telling us how they mobilize resources. So one, other than getting grants, they take their per diem. They contribute every meeting you go to, you get per diem or stipend. 30% goes back to the organization. 10% of the money that you earn every month goes back to the organization. I was totally fascinated. To me, that is the true picture
picture of what a civil society is, meaning they give their time, their effort, their money, their resources and contribution around communities. And so when we sit here, even as organizations in the NGO world and as staff in these organizations, are we talking about decolonization, and really does it speak to us? Or are we talking about the language that, you know, donors have given us? USAID is talking about localization. What does that really mean to us as individuals? So I think it stems inside, and I'm really glad, Asaya, you mentioned that. Anyway, it has to be heartfelt. It has to start from here. And are we supporting our staff and our team to actually understand where this, you know, this spirit of bringing back power to community is? Yeah. Thank you.
Right, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. You know, guys, for a minute there, I was almost getting a heart attack because I was like, this mast is just going to break. But thank you for those contributions. You've raised really, really good points. I think there are some things about the decolonization agenda that are definitely not, and I'm saying this carefully, are not really run by the people that it's supposed to support. But I do not think that is that makes the whole agenda irrelevant or somehow like something that we should forget. I do think that one of the greatest challenges with anything about philanthropy, starting from decolonization to just about every agenda that has ever existed, is who's setting the tone, who's creating the language, and what mission do they have when they are doing that. The same kind of like problem or maybe issue would raise with the word decolonization, as you were saying, Jackie, you know, without it understanding the historical context that actually our forefathers have been fighting decolonization for a very long time. Is the same way we were having an internal debate with my colleagues and a few other funders about the word local. You know, same thing that occurs. You know, when you say we are a local organization, to some people, local means unsophisticated, you know, unresourced or very poorly resourced. And for some...
Question. Thanks for giving me the mic. Yeah, I think one of the things that I consistently feel is an important next step for this to be a standard of practice that's changing the way that we do business in philanthropy is if we as a network and a wider community of stakeholders in the philanthropic sector, whether you are on the giving side, on the implementing side, and any spectrum in between, I think that we need to have consensus on what equity looks like in philanthropic partnerships. What are the norms? What are the practices? What are the terms that we endorse collectively to say, by doing this, by living out partnership in this way, we endorse it as a modeling of something that is equitable. And that's only something that we can do as a collective body. It is not one organization, however big or small, to say that, but every voice to be represented. And even to what you were saying, Jackie, about community. Community is diverse. Community is representation of many different identities. And I think that stakeholder community setting the norms and saying this is almost as if a code of conduct, where if we are not living into that code of conduct, then we are not representing a practice that is equitable and that is truly allowing power to be owned and held by the different players in a relationship.
Call to action is for all of us who are not yet part of the Shift the Power movement We're not yet having shift the power conversations where we are. Please start having those conversations. And what it simply means is that you ensure that whatever work you're doing does not cause more harm. Whatever practices you have do not cause more imbalance and inequity. So looking at how do we rebalance what we are already seeing and what we acknowledge is imbalanced in society. Simply put, and I know there are a lot of conversations that have happened. How do we, where did this term come from? Can we change the term? I think at the fundamental part of it, because we're in philanthropy, we are working for society's good. We must ensure that our processes, our policies, our thinking does not cause more harm. That would be my call to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't say more. I know there's much more that we have within our tables. Nasim is raising her hand. Allow me just for one word.
I'm among those persons who believe in the power of community, the energy and the knowledge that the community themselves have in terms of resolving their issues. And so the concept of shift the power, then it becomes very important during this time, because at some point you would think that maybe the grant makers or the aid has brought some problems within the communities instead of facilitating or resolving those issues. So the involvement of the communities now become vital. But the other thing that I'm thinking is that, a lot of aid that comes to Africa comes with restrictions. Just as what my colleague Rose have said. So it's like also we are perpetuating the issues of colonial systems within the communities, because you get aid from, let's say, from Europe. You have a contract, you have the rules and everything to implement, the regulation you have to follow, and those who receive also aid, they have to follow what is in the contract. So you see this, the cycle repeats itself. But from I would say last year we got some support from Ford Foundation, and currently we are doing a study on aid localization in East Africa. We're doing this study in collaboration with Civisos and KCDF. So the aim is to have a campaign around aid colonization in East Africa. So we do expect around in October these results will be out and actually will be shared. The East African Philanthropy Network will be vital in terms of disseminating what is in the research. And thereafter, we must have some advocacy campaign engagement with the regional communities around this issue. Thank you.
Careful, it's possible that we might have taken the bait, and we are taken the bait, as they say, bait and breed. They baited us and they are breeding us now, because the whole aspect of decolonization, whatever you call it, I have my own fears, and it's about trust. Because, as he was saying, where this conversation was spawned, was made, the conversations in the north, it is happening so much there that it's like a thief who has stolen your goat and in the morning is helping you look for it. and we need to be extremely careful. We need to be extremely careful. Because right now the INGOs have jumped on it, and I get reminded of the words of Audre Lorde. He says that the master's tools are not going to dismantle the master's house. And I think the reason I said we have taken the bait is because we are using the very language which right now is in the boardrooms in the north. People are talking about that. I don't know how many webinars I know every day, how many reports, and right now it is, it is the thing. I mean, you never complete a workshop, you never complete a report, you never without sprinkling in these things. But whether we take the time to completely understand what we're talking about is another thing. So whenever we talk about this thing, there's a picture that comes in my mind. Shift the power, decolonization. And I don't know if you have tried to put toothpaste back in the tube. It is messy. In actual sense, you had better forget about putting toothpaste back in the tube and go and buy another. The system is structural fraud, and it cannot deliver. And so what we are trying to do is to massage the system with all manner of language, and we're trying to put back the toothpaste in the tube and trying to think that it can actually deliver. And every donor now, I mean, it is bilateral donors are rewriting their strategies, and they are talking about localization, community-led philanthropy, locally led development, whatever it is. We're baptizing it all sorts of names. But the actual thing that we need to change is the system, the decade-long system, and we need some sort of trust. We need to be able for those that have been disempowered for a long time to be asking us the difficult questions. The disempowered, they shouldn't even be trusting us now, because we have let them down, and we need to get into a situation where they are asking us questions, even about the money we give them. How can they trust us? I mean, we have disempowered, we have empowered them on paper, but disempowered them in practice. Now we're turning around as the new the John come latelys, and so we are here to do the other. But how can they trust us? And so for me, it's a real about trust, and the fear that the people that are crying more than the bereaved are those in the north. And we have to know that they are rational individuals. Some of them have cut their career in this. Their families belong on this. And for us to think that this is going to be changing, I think we really need to rethink. And that's why I said the picture that comes in my mind is we're trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, and we need to be extremely careful.
Number two, that resources, whatever form they are, need to come and go to the ground, whatever ground we determine it is. And number three, the thought process needs to change.
Number four, we want our goat back.
The goat with the rope, we want both of them back. I want to thank each one of you, Grace, Nadia, and Modoni, for leading us in these discussions. Asanteni sana. Na kwetu sisi wote, I want to wish you mlo mwema, bon appetit for those who speak French and Kiswahili. Asanteni sana. I know the discussions continue here.